bigger payday. Build your own or choose from one of the popular SGPs pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen so you don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have gambling problems, you need to call 1-800-270-7117 and you're going to get some confidential help. All right, number 3. This one is the long one. The NFL season is here, and now's the time to get incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Now's the best time to join FanDuel. The app is easy to use, and you can be on everything from spreads to player props and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and kick off the NFL season with an offer you won't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime. Boom!
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number one team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number one team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over.
When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's an auto, truck, or motorcycle accident, or a slip and fall, attorney David Feminino is the guy that you have to call. As I've told you before, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and get paid. David personally makes sure that you get every single dime that you deserve, and David he'll never take a fee until you get paid. So if you've been injured or if you know someone that's been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
there's a lot out there. There's a lot that this team needs to answer to. And like I said, we know that they have the personnel to win, but are they ready to be winners? I think winners go out and win this game. And, Seattle, in spite of what happened in week 1, I don't think that's a true representation of who they are, though. Maybe. We'll find out over the course of time. I tend to believe in the Wojo up-down theory, which I don't. It doesn't make sense to me that that's a thing, but it's a thing. It is a thing.
I think it's a thing for non-Super Bowl contending teams. That's what I think.
So the bulk of the teams in the middle, it's a thing for, but
Yes.
the elites and the terrible ones, it's not a thing for.
Correct.
It might be.
I think if you're a bad team, you're a bad team. And if you're a great team, you're a great team.
Yeah.
And if you're contending, anything can happen because it's the NFL and parity is there in the NFL.
Yep.
Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah, and 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings. You heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had
All right,
done everything right by the letter of the law,
time to talk about the Lions.
I was able to move towards where I'm at today.
Home
which
opener.
I gotta be honest, I don't know if people
1-0
will
Lions
understand this.
versus the
I don't know
0-1
if they
Seattle
will.
Seahawks,
Rico,
the
I don't
revenge
know,
factor,
if you
all
will.
that stuff.
I just
Place
feel
is going to be
relieved
going crazy.
because I am a big
Ticket
believer
prices are
when people
outlandish.
Show you who they really
and
are.
there will be some people wearing a different type of attire because one of the Lion players, as you know, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, suggested this be the people's attire. Yes, allegedly they're sold out on Amazon.
Everywhere.
How many people do you think are going to wear a ski mask?
I don't know. I mean, out of the amount of people that are there, I'm guessing that you're probably going to have, there's going to be a big portion of them. You probably have.
Like 5,000?
Oh, I was thinking more than that. I'd think maybe 12, 13,000 people wearing ski masks.
Okay. 248-539-9797. If you're going to the game, will you be masked? Now, here's the only problem I have with the mask thing.
What's that?
Will you be able to, are you going to be too hot to like watch the game or you just take it off during certain parts of the game?
You certainly can. It's your preference.
Right.
I'm sure
what would you do? Would you, if you were going as a fan, which I know you don't do very often, would you wear a mask? Would you have your whole family wearing blue ski masks? Gov, you're going with your kids.
Yeah.
Will the Milliken family be in masks?
The boy's going to mask up.
Well, we don't have them.
But,
I didn't plan on it.
Here's the thing,
I
though.
would if
I know it's they're saying blue ski masks, but if they're sold out, I got to believe any ski mask will do.
Yes, you would think so. Now, here's the thing.
Gov didn't answer.
I think the boys wouldn't like that. They'd be like, how come we got the other color? You know how kids are.
Sure, yeah.
It's kind of like Connor. I'm not quite sure. I told you guys that last year my nephew got a Monroe St. Brown road white Lions jersey. And when it showed up, it just said Brown on the back. Oh. So he just gave it to Connor. I don't know if I don't know if I want Connor wearing that to the game.
A mask?
Yeah. Well, it's the only Lions jersey that kind of fits him now. So,
and plus Evan Brown plays for the Seahawks now, so it can't even be a Brown.
That's wrong. No, I mean, I think people get the point.
I know it's 14.
I can use a black marker and put ST on the back.
Could I think I don't know that anybody would complain about how old is your son?
He'll be 14.
14. Yeah. So
nobody's going to complain.
Nobody's going to complain about that.
Yes, and maybe people can think his last name is Brown. That's all.
Could be.
Yes.
Could be and they'll say Brown, and they'll probably inadvertently just see a Saint in front of it.
How about, like, I was listening yesterday a little bit, and Mike and Rico, they said they should put something on the scoreboard with, Gardner Johnson, third down, masks down. So you put them on for
there
third,
you go.
Which is a great idea. I think it's brilliant because it's so much better than that stupid ass when they have sections hold up the number 3 card. I hate that. That is so minor league. Third down, masks down is so much better.
It's very Quinn Trisha era. It feels like.
Yes.
Very Dagger time.
Yeah. Hopefully this works better than Dagger. And people are worried about, the image of Detroit. Well, our image isn't great anyway. It kind of fits to a certain extent, right?
I don't really care about the
Me
image.
neither.
This is just something fun.
Yes.
All right. So when you go into the stadium, obviously you go through security. You're not going to have your mask on. You're going to mask up when I think third down, mask down would be perfect. Like certain different times during the game. There's going to be some people that wear the whole game. So be it. Have some fun. Like we wanted personality. We got personality.
I'd like us, as we talk about this, not to use the term mask up. Isn't that for something else?
I
did this yesterday. I'm doing it back to you.
I know. I'm hoping
down.
that we're all past that.
Mask down.
What about a silver, like a gray mask? I think that would fly. If you're talking about a different color.
Now you're a hunter, so I assume you do have a ski mask. Right?
Oh, I have a number of them. Yeah, I got some camo ones. I've got different color camo ones. I've got the hunter orange. Like, I mean, you could. I honestly,
no orange,
I understand, huh?
Because they tried that when they did the whole thing with the when the Bengals were in town when they had the protest. That was.
I don't care if you have a ski mask. Yes. I don't care what color it is. Just if you want to participate and you can't find yourself a blue ski mask. Oh, boy.
Like this? This be okay? This isn't really a vintage ski mask, though, is it?
Sure it is.
Okay.
You're going to wear that during the postgame with Hammer, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Come see Stoney in the win bet.
If they win, I will.
Yes.
Ninja Stoney.
Yes.
You're going to have to keep that on because we will be on Twitch here momentarily.
Yes, I know.
You made me think of something, John, when you said the camo mask. I think when there's the Military Appreciation Day at Ford Field, that everybody should wear camo masks.
They give out, at some games more of the basketball than football. We haven't had big football games here. They give out put T-shirts on the.
No, go back to where you were. I need a picture of this.
T-shirts on the chairs. They should just get a sponsor to have masks on every chair when they walk in, every seat when they walk in.
You really should take it off your mouth at this point.
Yeah, I know. That's what I did the first time.
How about when they still do the whole pink thing? Don't they, with cleats and all that in the league?
Yeah,
pink masks that week.
Absolutely, and you get a sponsor. Hey, how about this?
You just said that to get under my skin.
I did.
Hate you.
97 won the ticket Lion masks. With the mask with a little 97 won the ticket logo.
Sure, that'd be great.
Yes, I'm sure we can afford it. All right, John
Maybe
Odyssey on the phone.
The toilet paper.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to get John Odyssey on the line. He'll make them himself. All right, 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Mother Waddle Stoney. That mask is going to be soaked and gross by halftime. I guarantee you. You should get a sun mask, not an actual ski mask.
I will not be wearing it because I'm going to be in the press box.
That one's miserable. Brought to you by Mother Waddles. Red Wings hockey back in some capacity. The 24th annual prospect tournament plays for the first game up in Traverse City. That happened last night. A 4-2 setback with their young guys against the Stars. Nate Danielson was feeling pretty good after a 2-assist showing. Yeah, the young guys on the wings will play games tomorrow and Sunday as well. The Lions didn't get any healthier during yesterday's practice session. Decker, Mosley, and Dorsey still sitting out with injuries, with one more session in Allen Park today before the final stretch to Game 2. And Detroit could have a nice little cushion between them and the other NFC North favorite, Minnesota, after the Vikings fell to 0-2 last night, losing to the Eagles 34-28. The Bears are 0-1, but the Packers did begin their campaign with a Week 1 win. A very, very long trip ahead of the Tigers. They beat the Reds 8-2. They're now going to be gone through Sunday the 24th. They're hitting the West Coast for 10 games beginning late tonight versus the Angels in Anaheim. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
(248) 539-9797. Thank you very much, Chris. By the way, this mask, my wife if I go and take a walk outside in the winter, she absolutely despises this mask. I won't let her throw it away. She would love to throw this thing away. She hates it.
I could see why.
She says you look like a thug with this,
Yeah, but you'd be a warm thug.
That's right. That's the point.
Yeah.
That's why I purchased it, so I could be warm when I'm outside in the winter.
Yes. How often does she go with you on walks with the dog in a situation like that?
Once every couple of weeks. Yeah.
All right. So, yeah. I mean, once every couple of weeks when you go with your wife, don't wear it. Every other time, wear it.
Absolutely. And it's, are you putting it up on social media?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. So it's not a Honolulu blue mask. It's not even blue. It's a black mask.
Right. Yeah. And obviously we can see you on Twitch and YouTube as well. So join us on YouTube TV or on YouTube or twitch.tv/971 The Ticket. You could see Stoney in his mask here in the studio. It looks interesting.
Yeah. That's what my wife would say. Interesting. All right. Let's go to Steve in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
I'm laughing at the blue ski mask thing because even though I'm watching it from the couch this Sunday, I'll be watching it in a blue ski mask.
There you go.
From the couch?
It's like you'd be at the game.
Are you going to stand up? If they show the national anthem, will you stand up like Jansen does?
I may not, depending on where I'm at when it comes on.
Okay.
But no, I'm not going to the game because I actually have I work for the UAW, so we are in the process of trying to save money due to what's going on.
Yes.
So as much as I wanted to go, I just didn't want to spend the money. But I definitely wanted to be in support. I'm fully behind this team. I'm 42. It's probably the most exciting Lions team I've ever been a part of.
It's definitely right there, especially early season hype. I mean, we've had other teams that started off. We had one that started off 5-0. So.
Yeah, I mean, so if he said it was 42,
yeah,
so he'd been 10 years old in the 91 season, and so I can understand why he's saying this is the most excited he's been since in his lifetime.
Exactly. Say good morning to Connor in Clawson. You're 97.1 The Ticket.
Good morning, guys.
How are you,
Good morning.
Connor?
Go Trojans.
Hey, go Trojans. John Clausen grad myself.
All right.
So real quick, I wanted to say I will be at the game Sunday. We'll be wearing a mask. To the point of it being too hot, these masks are like beanies too. But I think we have some of the hungriest fans in the NFL right now, and we don't have a niche, right? We have something where it's like, hey, Bills has Bills Mafia, Vikings do their little clap. Like this is something where we as a fan base now have something to attach to, right? Again, key plays, I think it's going to be massive. I think CJ is just trying to change the culture a little bit, and I'm all for it.
It is pretty cool in a way. I just, there's so many times, and thanks for the call, people, what's the national media going to think? Who cares? Okay? You're not going out and leaving Ford Field with the mask and then going to try to rob a bank. Okay? It's a prop for a football game.
Right, yes. You know what? It's something positive for everybody to rally around. And if you don't want to wear one, don't wear one. If you want to wear it at certain times, like you said, third down, max down.
Mask down, yes.
Then go for it. You want to wear it the entire game? Hey, more power to you.
Yes. Third down, mask.
Have some fun with it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. That's what it's all about. Fun. Let's go to Windsor. Kyle, you're a 97 The Ticket.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
So you were talking about, how Stoney, you don't like the three sign, right?
Oh, it's so juvenile.
What if every time the opposing team had to punt, you play the Beastie Boys song. Like as soon as third down doesn't succeed, it goes, kick it. And then you have that guitar riff come in, and then the guitar riff plays and then slowly fades out until, the teams are ready to go and you have to turn the audio off. I can't believe I'm the only person who's thought of this. Like it'd be such a great game day experience, because then the whole crowd, as soon as 3rd and 5 doesn't work out, the whole crowd goes, kick it. And then it's great. It's a great way to engage the fans.
Oh, yeah. You'd probably have the same reaction as the fans in Major League with Wild Thing.
Yeah. Well, that's what I thought. You know what I mean? Because then you don't have to listen to the actual lyrics of the song. You just want the kick it part, right?
Yeah, and the riff
then you have
after.
like a high-energy riff after it and get everyone pumped up because the offense is coming back on the field.
That would, that would be a great idea. Maybe.
Well, if the Lions start doing it, just remember Kyle from Windsor.
Kyle from Windsor.
Yeah.
Are you going Sunday, Kyle?
Oh, I am not going, no. But, John, I would like to say I had season tickets with my father to Michigan for 12 seasons, and I was there the entire time you were a player, so I appreciate the memories.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for supporting us. Yeah, go Blue.
248-539-9797. All right, so we agree with the afternoon show. Third down, masks down. We like that.
Sure.
What do you feel about getting rid of the number 3 card? I think
don't
it's
care.
ridiculous.
It doesn't bother me like it bothers you. That's fine. If people want to hold up a 3, that's fine. It's hold up the 3 fingers. Maybe we can, irritate Gator instead of the 4 fingers in the fourth quarter. You can hold up 3 fingers every time it's a field goal attempt. I don't care. It's fine. Fans can do whatever they want. I'm glad to know that they're going to be engaged in every facet of the game. And if this is something that takes hold, can you imagine the sound that is going to be in Ford Field? The noise, it's going to be unbelievable. And then an opposing team looking up and seeing the fans masked up like this, I think it would, from the field level, like you got to look around and go, like, are these people a little unhinged? And the answer would be, yeah, we're Lions fans. We are certainly unhinged.
Yes, we deserve to be.
Yeah. And there's an intimidation factor as well. Let's go. Come on, put it on. Whatever you want to do.
All right. You say an intimidation factor?
Can be, yeah.
Would you? Okay, so if you were on the Seahawks, you'd be intimidated by that?
I think that when you look up and you see a whole bunch of people that are wearing ski masks, like it's not a comforting look. Let's put it that way.
I understand that.
Yeah. But you might look for the exit and say, okay, if something happens, where am I getting out of this place?
But I just find it very hard to believe that you, being the competitor that you are, would be affected by fans wearing ski masks.
Maybe he has a phobia.
No.
Maybe.
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when Kenneth Walker III or DK Metcalf looks up there and something just went bad.
Yeah.
Ooh.
The masks are so scatty. Yeah. So scatty, those masks. I think it's great. I think it's great. Hopefully, it won't muffle the sound volume, though.
I don't think it's going to affect the sound level at all. I think there's a chance that they could blow a hole in the top of Ford Field. It's going to be that loud.
Yes. So would you rather have masks at the field or the game at 5:00 on Peacock on Saturdays?
That's not even a question.
I know.
I think I've already answered that one.
See, that's one of those moments where Stoney was trying to tie something together.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Funny.
It didn't work.
No.
And it would annoy the heck out of Jamie.
It didn't work.
Glad I'm sitting in this seat and I can follow suit.
It didn't work. Mark and Burton, you're on 97 on the
hell
ticket.
was that?
Hey, Tony.
Hey, Mark.
I was just calling up on the whole mask thing. And, just like you pointed out, that's what I thought also is, damn, that's going to be awfully hot to wear inside Ford Field. And, when he said there's a new sheriff in town, it made me think, why not a blue bandana just over your face like a cowboy villain wore?
Oh.
It'd be a whole lot cooler and make a whole lot more sense.
Mark, if you can't find a blue ski mask, I think that would be more than acceptable.
The Honolulu blue bandana.
Yeah. However you want to do it.
The Lions logo, they could sell them.
Sure.
The new sheriff in town, and they could honor their former player Jesse James, bring the outlaw back to town. The ski mask thing is fun. The ski mask thing is fun.
I think so
That's
too.
what it is. I mean, people are sitting there looking for all the negative stuff out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, God. People, what are they going to say on ESPN? What are they going to say on this? Who cares? Just win the game. Speaking of the game, 248-539-9797. Call your shot. Score. What's going to happen? Why? 248-539-9797. What do you think's going to happen Sunday at Ski Masked Ford Field? What are you laughing at?
Oh no!
I
What
just
happened?
had something that, like, as I'm looking at you, and you and your ski mask. First of all, are you getting a little bit warm in there?
Yeah, it's getting there. But
It's
that's
getting
okay.
there. I had a vision of something that it kind of just it looked like it, and I thought about that character from Fat Albert that has a ski mask sort of look. Now it doesn't cover his mouth, but it covers his eyes.
Was that Mushmouth?
No. It's and I'm not calling you this. This is just the name of the character, so I don't want you to get offended. It's Dumb Donald.
All right. Didn't he used to live at some street in Washington D.C. a few years ago? You set it up. I couldn't refuse. Yes. Now they just
Remember
have
the Junkyard Gang.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, they had him there, and now they have Sleepy Man there too. Kevin in Monroe, you're on 97 won the ticket.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hope you guys are having a good morning so far.
Oh, we are.
Awesome. Yeah, I was just giving you guys, I want to get my input too. I think I'm all for the ski mask. We're going to all be down there at the game for Sunday. We got about 7 of us that are going tailgate. We all got our blue ski masks in. So I think it's going to be great, man. I think it's going to be fun. I feel the intimidation factor, especially for Seattle coming in, the third down, mask down. I think that's going to be a great implementation for that. So, and my point with the cards too, I cannot stand the third down cards. I was there last season for the home opener against Philadelphia. And let me tell you, man, that was the most aggravating thing because every third down I could not see the play because I was blinded by all these cards. So I'm all for the mask, not for the cards, man. Love the show. Let's go Lions, baby.
So what do you
28-27 Lions.
38-27 Lions. Like that.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We're talking masks, and we are talking your prediction, so to speak, on what do you think's going to happen Sunday at Ford Field. Hey, with fall just around the corner, now's the time to squeeze out every bit of summer fun with a brand new Silverado from Sarah Whalen Chevrolet. The legendary Silverado's roomy interior available, 13.4-inch diagonal infotainment touchscreen, plus advanced towing technology lets you enjoy everything from camping and boating to fun road trips with ease. And because Sarah Whalen is proud to be the #1 volume Chevy dealer in the country, they have a huge inventory of brand new Silverados ready for you to take home today. Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, 17.5 at Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Ben Brown's staff, they do a great job. Call 800-WHALEN-1 or go to sarahwhalen.com. Find new roads.
there's a lot out there. There's a lot that this team needs to answer to. Like I said, we know that they have the personnel to win, but are they ready to be winners? I think winners go out and win this game. And, Seattle, in spite of what happened in week one, I don't think that's a true representation of who they are, though it may be. We'll find out over the course of time. I tend to believe in the Wojo up-down theory, which I don't. It doesn't make sense to me that that's a thing, but it's a thing. It is a thing.
I think it's a thing for non-Super Bowl contending teams. That's what I think.
So the bulk of the teams in the middle, it's a thing for, but
Yes.
the elites and the terrible ones, it's not a thing for.
Correct.
It might be.
I think if you're a bad team, you're a bad team. And if you're a great team, you're a great team.
Yeah.
And if you're contending, anything can happen because it's the NFL and parity is there in the NFL.
Yep.
Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah. And 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings. You heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are, instead of getting angry, say thank you.
Two 248-539-9797. We'll take your predictions, and we want to know also your feelings. Will you wear a mask if you're going to the game? And if you had any trouble finding a mask. All right, here's some ticket text. Lions 31, Seahawks 24. Geno Smith throws a pick and gets sacked 4 times. That's from Paul and Shelby. I like that. Josiah in a truck at work. My final score, 37-21 Lions. Lions 27, Seahawks 14. St. Brown is going to have a great game. 24-14, Lions win. Hard to keep DK contained all game, but defense proves to be better. Tom in Schaumburg says, my high school class would make no noise during pep rallies. Far more unsettling for the stadium to be silent than loud.
But far less fun.
Yes, exactly. Because you have to actually curb yourself.
Yeah.
Curb your enthusiasm. Once again, we will see Aaron Glenn isn't up to the task of stopping a mobile quarterback. Geno is going to be running free. Hope I'm wrong. Doesn't give a score. Look, that was definitely an issue last year with him and Jalen Hurts.
Yep.
But hopefully they learn their lesson.
It'll be interesting to see. I mean, there were times in the first half with Patrick Mahomes where they struggled with that.
Yes.
Second half, not so much.
Right. And you saw it it is difficult to do, but Minnesota did a nice job of keeping Hurts basically from running a lot last night. Now, they didn't need to because they had Swift, but still. I'm afraid the noise won't be as loud at the game because the ski mask will muffle the sound. Your thoughts?
Well, much like you, when you had your ski mask on, you can pull it down over your mouth if the eye opening is large enough. So I'm not that concerned about it. I especially think that people are going to get very hot.
Yes.
And they will at times pull it down. Other times it's going to be unencumbered.
10,000 ski masks. Loudest game in Ford Field history. Lions win 41-27. That is from Nick in Livonia. Let's go to Troy. Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
Great, Stoney. Good. John, how you doing?
Good to hear from you.
Hey, John. Yeah, I'm a Clawson grad myself. I'm a bit older than you. You remember Coach Moore, football coach?
Yeah. He's one of my favorite people of all time.
Oh yeah, I graduated in 1983. Proud Clawson grad, and anyway, my prediction is I will say Seattle 17, the Lions 38.
Whoa! 38-17.
Like it.
Yes.
Why?
Write it down.
Why?
Mm-hmm. Because I think Ford Field is going to be rocking. I think Seattle is going to be affected by the noise. I think Jared Goff is going to have a fantastic game. And I think that Gibbs, Jahmyr Gibbs, I think he is going to break a long run or two.
I think you're right.
My prediction.
All right. Hopefully you're correct.
Yeah. Whether it's a run or it's a pass, I think we are in store for something special from Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yes, because there are people out there like our very own Jeff Rieger who tweeted out, "Why'd the Lions give up on Swift?"
Oh, he didn't do that, did he?
You know that was coming.
Absolutely.
Don't act surprised. Like that is maybe the most predictable thing in Detroit radio.
Right. I thought we were going to get that call. You know, guys, maybe if they would have held on to Swift and they would have drafted Jalen Carter, which we obviously wanted Jalen Carter.
Yes. If you watched that game last night, you know why he had success.
Their offensive line was just unbelievable.
The Vikings sold out to stop everything else pretty much.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why Smith got open later in the game because finally they got burnt for starting to pinch up and try to stop the run. But if you watch that drive in the second at the end of the second quarter, it's just the Vikings were going to give Swift the yards up the middle.
Mm-hmm.
What's your score?
My score, I believe the Lions will win. They will cover, like I said in the picks. So we're going to go with something like 27-17. How's that?
Okay, that sounds good.
Is that okay? How about you?
I'm actually going to go with a scoregami. 36-23.
That's a scoregami? Wow.
36-23 has never been a final score.
It has never been a final score.
Wow.
And I guess kind of like picking a scoregami. I was going to go with 32-22. That's never been a score, but 36-23 seems to be one that I look at too. I'm like, that's never really been a score. Nope, it's not.
I'm going 31-19.
Okay.
You brought this up, John. I don't think we ever brought it up on the air. Are the Lions living a little bit of a charmed life?
Well, okay, so the things that have happened in their favor. Chris Jones doesn't play. Travis Kelce gets hurt just before the game. I'm not saying it's an asterisk. I'm just saying it's in their favor. And then you're looking at this game, and you get two offensive tackles that go down. One of them may play. The other one's on IR.
You're catching Seattle at the right time.
Yeah.
Okay, so I believe Smith and Jigba will end up having a good year, but it might not happen right away. You got the two tackles out. Witherspoon didn't play.
Right.
I think this will be a team that will be playing good football at the end of the year, and you're catching them at the right time.
All right. Yes, they're catching at the right time, but let's not forget. Okay, especially if he turns out to be good. You got they're not playing again. They don't have to worry about Jamison Williams. There's a good chance Taylor Decker's not going to play, and and Mosley's probably not going to play either. And that was one of their starting.
The Lions are catching breaks.
Yeah, I'm just saying it evens out.
In every other season, sure. But in every other season, it hasn't seemed to even out for the Lions. It always seems like when something goes good, the Lions get hit with something to where, whether it's a turnover or it's an injury, like something goes wrong and they don't get that advantage like we feel like other teams get. This is just all we're saying. We're not saying that the Lions don't have their share of injuries or their share of things that they have to overcome.
Right.
It just feels like it's finally there are some things that are charmed for the Detroit Lions. And if there's anything I know, when you look at championship seasons, there are teams that are just so good that they're going to win a championship. But along the way, there's some balls that bounce their way. Yeah. There's some things that just seem to go their way. There's some luck involved. Now, I'm not sitting here saying there's enough luck involved for the Lions to win a championship or that they will. I'm just saying that along the way, a little luck must fall.
By the way, Rieger did tweet out, probably should have held on to DeAndre Swift. He's a free agent this year and only has a cap hit of $1.7 million. Why help the Eagles get better? 170 yards rushing and a touchdown. Wow. Look,
again, should any of us be surprised?
No, you said before when he was still a member of the Lions, he was going to have a great year.
Career year is exactly what I said. It's the last year of his final year of his contract. Right. So I'm not surprised, but I'm also not sitting here going, oh, well, we should have kept him.
No.
I like where we're at.
Let's talk to Gary in Burrville. What's up, Gary?
Hey, guys. Great show. Probably 27 or 31-3. And the reason I'm going so extreme is Seattle struggled last week, and on top of that, they just lost both their guards. And I was an old football player, and I can tell you there's nothing more important than having a strong offensive line for a football team. Lions are going to cream them.
I get you. I'm with you.
But it's their tackles, not their guards, just to be factually correct.
I'm sorry.
But that's okay. Gary, I have a bigger question. Where is Burrville?
Burrville is 7 miles north of Armada. I'm up in the thumb. I'm in God's country. I wake up every morning and see 15 deer in my backyard and wild turkey all over the place, and I love it. I have 40 acres.
Wow.
Nice.
Way to go.
Enjoy every minute of it.
Hey, John, you're more than welcome to come on Turkey Hill with me anytime.
All right. I'm the
number one turkey hunter in the state of Michigan all time. I have over 40 state records.
Whoa.
All right.
Hit the siren. Calling your shot. Wow. So if I was going to say, we don't need your last name, but if we Googled like all-time Michigan great turkey hunters, you'd be up there?
I'd be and commemorative bucks in Michigan, I'd be on the top.
Okay. Way to go. Congratulations, Gary. A lot of turkeys for Thanksgiving. You're killing yourself. I love that.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
By the way, we had 2 really nice-looking bucks in our backyard the other day.
Oh, you did?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Velvet on the antlers?
I wasn't paying that close attention.
You saw they had antlers.
Yes,
did they seem fuzzy?
That's why they're bucks.
Right? Did they seem fuzzy? You didn't check the undercarriage?
No, even an idiot like me knows the difference.
I know.
If they have antlers, they're bucks.
All right. It's also pretty obvious if they're in velvet. Like you look at it and you're like, oh, they look fuzzy. Or
I was looking through the window. I mean, they were.
All right. I asked the absolute wrong question.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you for sharing for the fact that you saw 2 bucks in your backyard.
No, you asked the right question to the wrong person.
Right. Yes.
That's the difference. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, I do have something I want to tell you about, though. Get ready for the NFL season with incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Now's the best time to join FanDuel. The app is easy to use, and you can be on everything from spreads to player props and so much more. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and kick off the NFL season with an offer you won't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds, terms, and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday ticket. Not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
Two 248-539-9797. We have some more
on that punt return
predictions on
there
Sunday's
a
game.
Blatant
Lions 24,
right in
Seahawks
front of the referee,
20.
right in front of the
most offensive game.
The ball
in front of
the
Gibson.
under.
Yeah.
And they blew it. They missed
Okay.
it.
What
That
do you think about that? Think it's going to be an under game?
No, I don't. I think the Lions at home with this offense is going to be good. If you're going to go under, I think it's going to be because the Seahawks struggle to find rhythm on offense.
I know they're missing, their tackles, so the pass rush for the Lions will probably get to Smith a few times. But when you have those three receivers,
Right.
They're still going to catch some passes.
They're going to catch some passes, but are they going to be 5, 7, 8-yard passes because that's all the time that they have? Or are they going to be able to sit back there with Geno Smith and be able to, pick apart a defense? And not that you have to pick apart a defense, but, yes, I get it. DK Metcalf and their group of receivers are very talented. But if you don't have time for them to get downfield, then those explosive plays don't happen, and they're going to have to be a team that methodically goes down the field. I don't think Geno Smith can do that.
Jacob at Pontiac says 31-17. Somebody says, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, but had enough of masking over the last couple of years, Mike from work.
I can understand that.
Dwayne in Auburn Hills, Lions 27, Seahawks 14. The noise will affect Seattle's backup offensive lineman. And maybe they'll try to cheat like, what's his name did? To what Taylor did against the...
Jawan Taylor?
Yeah, against the Lions on last Thursday. For anyone thinking the Lions are going to handle Seattle easily, not so fast. Lions win, but Seattle covers.
Okay. It's just about the win. I don't care how it happens.
I know.
Just win.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you prescribe to the up-down theory, the Lions will not cover, but whatever. I just think this is the game to show that the Lions are not frauds.
Yes.
More than any other game that they have. I mean, you could sit there and say, well, if they win Seattle, then they would lose to Atlanta. No. This is you're coming off arguably one of your biggest games ever in the regular season in recent memory.
Yeah.
Now you're home, and the whole city is just jacked to the bejesus.
Whole city, the whole state.
Yes. You can't lose this game.
No, and
I mean, well, if they lose,
I'm not even going to talk about how I would be affected or not affected if they end up 1-1. I only want to talk and be positive today because I think this is a great opportunity for this team.
Right.
And I know when the schedule came out, I picked a win against Kansas City and a loss against Seattle. But what I have seen and heard from Dan Campbell, what I have seen and heard from this team is they're handling it in a very mature way. Like they didn't spend an exorbitant amount of time celebrating that win against Kansas City.
Right.
When you hear Dan Campbell say things like, hey, did you learn anything about your team? No, I didn't learn anything. It was a verification of what I already knew.
Correct.
And you hear that from the guys as well. Like the leadership on this team, I think is really good. And that's the one thing I think is different now than at any other point where you're looking and trying to find some excitement about this team. I think there's a feeling that whether it's Jared Goff, it's Dan Campbell as a leader, Jared Goff on offense, Anzalone on defense, or any of the other guys that you want to point to, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, there are leaders on both sides of the ball.
Yes, and what Campbell said and Goff said actually after Campbell spoke in the locker room where they're built for this ship, with some other letter instead of the P, as you know, that's what they are. They are built to overcome adversity. They're built for toughness, and you assume that it's going to continue. But still, once in a while, history does seep in people's minds. I get it. That's why this game is huge.
I just think that they're taking this pretty personal, this game.
Yeah.
They think they kept them out of the playoffs last year. They're mad about the 99 points the Seattle scored against them the last two seasons.
And how many yards did Penny rush against them 2 years ago? And he had a big game.
Oh, yeah. I think he had his best game of his career probably that day. I'll say this. There is only one real path, I think, to me not seeing the Lions win this game, and it's if Decker doesn't play and then they suffer another injury on the line within the game. That could throw the offense sideways, and all of a sudden you're getting into maybe a lower scoring game. It could be, and then it comes down to Riley Patterson.
But it depends on where that injury is from. If Taylor Decker doesn't play, Penei Sewell moves to left, Matt Nelson comes in. If one of those guys get hurt, yes. If one of the guys gets hurt in the middle three, you bring in Graham Glasgow, and I don't think you miss a beat.
Right. I would agree with that.
And the other thing is, it's just basic football, and he's obviously hasn't done it in a long time. Can't turn the ball over. I mean, that's, Goff has not had an interception.
You're going to do it. You're going to jinx him.
I'm not going to, in a long time.
Other people have already said it, John. They were talking about it last night.
I know. I'm just kidding, though.
Look, they overcame a fumble on last Thursday night with Marvin Jones.
Mm-hmm.
So they can overcome this stuff, but they can't have multiple turnovers.
So let's go all in on this. 359 pass attempts.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Goff right now. The record, he currently stands third. In number 2, with 399 pass attempts without an interception, Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
At number 1, 402 pass attempts without an interception would be one Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
So that's what, when people say, hey, he's looking to break a record, and he's not looking to break the record. But if it happens, those are the two guys that right now have set the standard for not throwing an interception.
Let me ask a hypothetical question.
Okay.
Suppose this game he doesn't throw an interception, and he throws, 25, 30 passes. Let's say 30. So
okay, so let's say 30. So he's up to 389.
So how many, do the math for me.
So that would be 14 shy.
Okay.
13 shy of tying the record, 14 shy of breaking the record.
So the next game's at home. If he does that, do they put that up on the scoreboard? And
no.
I agree with you.
I think they just move on.
I totally agree with you.
This might be a completely pointless stat.
Of course.
It's important because he's protected the football, hasn't turned the ball over.
Correct.
But I don't really care.
Right. Could you imagine? You put it up on the scoreboard, people give him a standing ovation, and then the next pass.
It's a bigger.
It's an amazing record. It is.
I think it's a bigger stat for Jared Goff than it is for Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers.
Yes,
those are two
Especially
legends
at this time when we're 2 years of him being his contract being up. The discussion has been, what do we do with Jared Goff? Do we extend him? This is, I think, a huge selling point for him if he can continue to protect the football. And I don't know how long this goes. At some point this year, I hate to break it to everyone, he will throw an interception.
Yes.
It's just going to happen.
John, you're jinxing him. It's all going to be your fault.
That's fine.
Said Frank from Livonia.
Okay.
Right?
Why you got to throw Frank under the bus?
I don't know. It was the first name I came up with.
Okay. Frank the Tank.
Frank, exactly.
Well, Frank was his pseudonym name for when he would call in on Pistons postgame shows.
Oh, okay. Frank, yeah. It's Max for hockey. Frank. Well, if you were to
Max is national.
Max is national.
Oh, that's
Max
national.
goes national.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Frank was just local Pistons.
Yeah.
If you were to call into a local show or any show and talk about Lions, what name would you use?
I'd still probably be Frank. Frank sounds like a good
But you
Lions
can't call
name.
in.
I can't call in.
You can't talk to yourself.
No. Well, I can.
Yeah.
I certainly can. I want to hear, oh, my God, several times from Gino on Sunday. That's from Stephen Fraser.
That was a great soundbite.
Yes, it was, when Aaron Donald was closing in. Lions make statement, 48-0.
Ooh. Oh,
Wow.
been drinking that Kool-Aid
I was gonna
early
say,
this
there's
morning.
some Tito's in that Kool-Aid.
John, I know you don't feel this way, but I wonder if there's just this tiny little part in Stoney's mind or body. Are we all going to come in here and have a Lions Monday, like the old Lions Monday?
I didn't even think about that. I hope not.
See, I still can't shake some of these things.
Yeah, it hadn't entered my mind, but yeah.
Don't forget,
I don't want to talk about
I might have
Stoney's body.
Yeah, really.
or any little parts.
And if we have that, as you predicted, that means I'm going to have
I didn't predict it. I just said it.
You're going to have a long Sunday.
I'm going to have a long Sunday because me and Jennifer Hammond will be doing the post-game show. So if you're at Ford Field, stop by the WinBet Casino bar, wherever we're doing our show from. It's on the 3rd floor, I believe. So
you get this call on Sunday about 5:15. Y'all bought it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, yeah. See, I don't care what you say. There's always one constant. As long as that ownership group owns the team, I don't want to hear that at all. I want to have fun. Of course,
that happens.
I know. We'll get to more of your calls and your texts. Carson Anderson coming up at 10 o'clock. The D is a great place to go when you're in Las Vegas. Why? Best bang for your buck. You want to save a little money when you go on vacation? That's the place for it. Go to thed.com, book your room today downtown. The odds are amazing downtown, better than the Strip. The food at the D, really, really good. Joe Vicari's Andiamo Italian Steakouts. They got Bacon Nation. And for something more casual, American Coney Island. Plus, if you stay at the D, you also get 2 stadium swim passes and the stadium swims at the Great Circa, where we were last week. A great place. Downtown Vegas is so much fun. Fremont Street is a blast. The Strip is, it's beautiful, but it's boring compared to downtown. So book your room today, thed.com, the D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Las Vegas.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
248-539-9797.
There is
Lashana Tova. Happy Rosh Hashanah for those of you who are celebrating this weekend.
Right in front of the
here's some more ticket texts.
in front of Gibson.
Good morning, all. Listen up. 39-17 Lions, plus 4.5 sacks, 2 picks on Geno, less than 225 yards from scrimmage for Seattle, 200 on the ground, 250 in the air. Laporta and Gibbs find pay dirt. Gibbs 135 yards. 8,736 masks. No, he didn't put that in there. Allen and Monroe, LFG.
Yeah. All right, let's go, Allen.
Seattle wins 31-24. SOL rears its ugly head. That's from Ken in Roseville. Stoney is exactly right. Lions have to win this game. This is another chance to shoot down the same old Lions and shoot down Ken in Roseville. Lions 27-17. Love me some MCDC. Letting it ride, but I hope he doesn't ball out Seattle by going for it at the 40. Punt, pin them deep, let the crowd win this one. Steve in Iowa. And here's my Lions prediction. 31 Lions, Seahawks 13, go WB. Yes, Lakers. Go Blue. That's Fred in Omaha.
Oh, wow. We got Iowa. We got Omaha.
Yeah.
Nebraska. All right.
It's a new thing. It's called the internet. You can listen to us all over the world.
Yes, Odyssey app.
Yes, Odyssey. Yes. Exactly. By the way, the Philly-Minnesota game last night, they started it off with one of the oldest bits in modern sports history. It's gotten so old it's not even modern anymore. Can we please not see Michael Buffer anymore? Especially at non-boxing or non-UFC events. I don't need to see his Botox. I don't want to see his Botox face. I don't want to see his Botoxed face at a football game anymore.
His trademark saying,
yes,
it's just doesn't get me excited anymore. Sorry, maybe in '91.
No, right, and of course to show you what a hole the dude is, you can't even say the saying anymore. You'll get sued.
Yeah.
So Michael Buffer, F you! I don't want to see you anymore. They should have booed him off this field yesterday.
I initially was thinking the Eagles brought him in to do this, but after really thinking about it, because I texted you guys last night, I'm like, are you serious? It's like, why do we need Michael Buffer there?
Yeah. And home opener. They won the.
I think Amazon might have brought him in.
Maybe.
I mean, if they were going to make it more appropriate, they should have had it last Thursday.
Right.
I mean, when it
if Amazon were to do it, that's why. Is he's not from Philly, is he?
No, I don't think so. No.
Well, Stoney does know everybody from Philly.
They should bring you in.
Oh, yeah.
The Godfather.
Yeah,
Get the game ready.
The Godfather of Detroit. Who the hell's this guy besides people I grew up with? That's it. Nobody knows me.
Well, you're selling yourself short. Come on.
No, I'm selling myself honest. I mean, what was Sly Stallone was busy? They didn't. Ladies and gentlemen, before the Eagles, and then they play the Rocky theme. I mean, that would be an old bit too, but that would be better than Michael Buffer.
Well, it would be more appropriate, at least regionally.
Yes,
in terms of the city,
right?
Sure.
You're gonna have somebody like, isn't Bradley Cooper a big Eagles fan or something like that?
Yes, huge Eagle fan.
You couldn't do Mike Trout because he's
playing the Tigers today.
Yes. Is he healthy?
I don't know.
I thought he
came back and then he got hurt again. Yeah. Exactly. Oh man. All right, college games real quick. Do we think Michigan State's got a chance? I do. I think there's something about, teams who are under the gun and all the scrutiny and all the crap that they had to go through. Not them, the players themselves, but all the noise. I think it's something that they can, get together and pull something off. I like in our picks, I had them covering but not winning. But it would not stun me if they just ran the ball all over Washington. Just ran and ran and ran. And Nathan Carter, not that he's going to be, Kenneth Walker III, but he'll do a really good job. It wouldn't stun me.
That's got to be part of the game plan of keeping Michael Penix off the field.
Yeah.
If you're able to eat away at the clock, win the time of possession, don't turn the ball over. Don't give Michael Penix either a short field or more opportunity. And, hey, run the ball. And when you're tired of running the ball, run it some more. I would think that's got to be, game plan number one for them.
Tie the Lions and Michigan State together, and it's a Pacific Northwest revenge weekend.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Bring it all together. I had a friend of mine, a guy I went to college with who lives out in Seattle. His kids went to UW, and I forgot to mention it as the game got closer, but we talked about like 4 or 5 months ago him coming in making the trip for the doubleheader, and he's not. But I'm sure there are a lot of people from Seattle who are going to do both.
Could be. Yeah. I mean, if given enough time, I mean, Lions quarterback coach Mark Brunell could be traveling to East Lansing.
Oh, that's right. No, he won't be.
No, he won't be.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe it's a story we haven't seen coming, but this has been a tough ticket to get for a while for Lions games. Are you a bad Lions fan if you sell to Seahawks fan?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can't sell to the visiting team. I
wonder if some people have. I wonder if maybe that place.
Sometimes people don't.
For the money you can get.
Most people don't.
If you just and honestly, you wouldn't be able to know if you put it on SeatGeek or something like that. You don't know who's buying the ticket.
Correct. I mean, there are people who I know have sold their Michigan, Ohio State tickets already. They have no idea who they're going to.
Yeah. Gator
is here. What's up, Gator? How are you?
Hey, man, money's money.
Yeah, that's what people feel.
You know?
Yeah.
So are you going to mask up on Sunday?
No.
No, me either. I'm going to be in the press box. So, I decided to do it today instead. It's a much better look, right?
You're not surprised. Don't look surprised.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm just not surprised. Stoney is the king of, not caring about anything. That's what's awesome about him.
And then he keeps it over his mouth at times, but still talks.
Right. Well, because he forgets.
Hey.
Exactly.
Sometimes Stoney forgets.
Yes.
Third down, mask down. I like that theme that they came up with in the afternoon show. It's better than the stupid number 3 card.
Yeah, I mean.
Is there anybody who likes that?
What, the number 3 card?
Yeah.
No, I think it's dumb. I think it's dumb. But here's what I think, and I said yesterday, I don't know if you guys, well, no, because Ed knew crosstalk with you because I was in the traffic jam getting to Comerica Park, but the idea came about that, and Kang brought this up, and I totally shared it with him, and I think somebody else had brought it up too, but we're all on board this way. I'm uncomfortable with the idea of putting on a mask because it looks like you're going to stick up a bank or something like that, and I don't like that. You want to be villains. Villains is fine, okay? But criminal is different. You want to don the mask when there's a turnover. Everybody puts on the mask. It's almost like the whole crowd gets involved in like the turnover chain or the turnover whatever. You got the turnover mask because you just stole the ball away from the other team. That I think is cool. If you get everybody on board to do it at that point, but just wearing the mask, I think it's, I don't know, you're setting yourself up for.
Somebody called and had an interesting suggestion. We should all wear bandanas.
Why?
Blue bandanas, because they won't cover up your mouth.
Well, they would cover up your mouth.
I see. I have a different view of a band. To me, a
bandana is like put on as a headband?
Headband bandana, yeah, one of those.
Yeah, I think that kind of misses the point.
Yeah. I don't know if we want to be banditos either. But
yeah.
How about...
What about eye patches?
Save that for when the Raiders come in on Monday night. Honolulu Blue Raider, Honolulu Blue eye patches.
Well, the eye patch sounds fantastic. That I can get on board with. Yeah, let's all compromise our vision by 50%.
What's the over under on masks? Do you think on Sunday?
Oh, I think there's going to be like 30,000 masks at least. I think half the crowd's going.
Wow.
Yeah, and listen, you know what they're going to do? They're going to give them away because they're not expensive to make. It's not. Think about all the free crap they give you at games sometimes with the towels and all sorts of crap.
I don't think the Lions are going to be behind the mask organizationally. Because
they may if it ends up being something jovial and something that everybody loves to do, then they'd be stupid not to. To put a Ford logo on the back of it or whatever and just hand them out. You see all the crap that gets handed out at stadiums. This would be an easy one to do.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any chance the NFL comes in and puts the kibosh on this because they don't want people wearing?
Is there a chance? Of course, because the NFL is all about no fun.
Right.
Even though I don't personally like the idea of the mask. If the NFL doesn't like it, then I love it because I can't stand the NFL stomping on it.
They should have
people make up their own minds.
Have members of the UAW hand out UAW strike masks.
Oh boy.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be wanted at Ford Field.
No, they won't want it. I'm sure. Obviously.
And now you see our relationship.
No, obviously. I think it every day. I think the same thing every day. Don't ever change, Mike.
No, obviously it would not be endorsed by the Lions, but it'd be a good propaganda for the union. That's all I'm saying. All right, what do you guys got going?
It's a football Friday.
Yes, all
we
right.
go all in.
Thank
All
you.
right, 97 won the ticket.
Hell yeah. Friday. Woo! Come on, man.
You ready?
It's a fabulous football weekend.
He's
Come
fired
on.
up. He's fired up, people. We're all fired up. We got a football Friday. Gator, you like what I did here? Like what I did here?
Oh, I did. Yeah, I do like that. Yeah.
People on Twitch can see the I happen to be wearing the white sweatshirt, and somebody brought us a Lions tees heading into the home opener against the Seattle
Football.
Seahawks tomorrow or Sunday.
Game day.
Tomorrow we got a huge game in East Lansing. We got Michigan and Bowling Green tomorrow night. So Wolverines continue to ramp up for the Big Ten and a run at a national championship. Bang!
Making a run.
Here we go.
Lions making a run at the Super Bowl.
Here we go. So Gator, look,
Spartans
the fans
making a run. Beat Washington.
The fans are expected to blow the roof off that place on Sunday. This is something that we have waited forever for. We know how loud this building can be. We know what Ford Field could be. And I don't think the rest of the NFL is aware. They have no idea what is potentially about to be unleashed. Because if this Lions team is as good as many people think it is, Scott, everyone's going to be talking about Ford Field. The only time I feel like, remember the Death Star when they blew up Alderaan to show its power?
Yes, in the beginning of Star Wars.
We're blowing up Alderaan on Sunday. This is taking the Death Star out for a spin to see what we've got.
Wow. I don't know how comfortable I feel with that.
It is what it is, man.
Dan Campbell's Darth Vader?
We're villains. We're villains. I don't know if you can self-proclaim yourself a villain, but we're going to roll with it for now.
Brad Holmes is Grand Moff Tarkin.
This is the first time that people will look around and not only have the respect for the football team, but realize that the 12th man in Detroit is a real thing, We've only seen this thing fully operational, I feel like, the one time. The 2011 Bears game, the Monday night game, when the Lions moved to 5-0. Javid Best had a huge night, and the Bears committed 9 false starts.
9.
There were delay of games. They had to waste timeouts because Ford Field was a maelstrom of chaos. And it's time once again to unleash that on the NFL. And that's not me, Gator. That's not you. It's not Kang. It's the people.
I love it.
It's the people.
You just uttered a phrase that should 100% be on T-shirts with Ford Field, with a Ford Field picture on it. Ford Field, a maelstrom of chaos.
Let's go. Let's go. It's a derecho of sound. I can't wait. Can't wait for Seattle to get all up in here.
The cacophony of doom.
That's right. That's exactly what it's going to be. And it's been a sleeping giant, Ford Field.
And now, Seahawks, you will die.
You're about to feel the full power of the Force.
It is your destiny.
The dark side. Yes! Woo! We got the Death Star.
Man. Such your feelings, you know it to be true. We are your father, man.
Bring it on, Seattle. Bring it on. And you know what? The Lions are pissed. Seattle scored 99 points in the last 2 games against Detroit. Do you know?
That's a lot of points, man. You know how hard it is to score 99 points in 2 football games against the same team?
If these 2 teams combine to go over 80 points in this game Sunday, it'll be the first time in the history of the NFL that teams have played 3 straight games and scored more than 80 points in all of them. First time in the history of the NFL.
Wow.
Yep.
I guess something to shoot for, I guess, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't want the Lions to give up that many points.
Now, somebody has pointed out on Twitch that it didn't end well for the Death Star.
It did not. It did not. No. Did it go well for Darth Vader?
It really didn't.
Well, in the end, he turned good. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if it's such a great idea to compare yourself to the Sith Lord and his apprentice.
Maybe we need to come up with another. It felt good in the moment, though.
Right,
man.
right.
It really did.
And now, Pete Carroll, you will die.
On Twitch, None Special Here Now says, yeah, the Death Star gets destroyed every time. Reese says, yeah, the Death Star had one huge flaw. Maybe we shouldn't use that. Do we have an exhaust pipe?
This is why we don't let Doug reference movies.
Yeah.
This is why. All right? You got carried away, man.
I wanted to say something right away because first thing he says, remember when they tested the power and they blew up Alderaan? I'm like, Alderaan was like innocent people. What are we doing?
I was like, let him go with it. Let him go with it.
I mean, okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Let's just go back to being villains, like a different kind of villain.
I just stepped way out of bounds. I mean, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Senator Palpatine approves this message. I mean, what are we doing?
All those guys ended up dead. Their Death Star got blown
not
up.
a good idea.
Yeah. Little engine that could. This
They
farmer
wiped out
boy.
the Jedi. What is wrong with you?
This farmer boy with no training flew a plane down a trench.
How about we
dropped
go
an
that
impossible
route? Why don't we
shot.
go that
Why
route?
don't we become the farmer with it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Dan Campbell is Luke Skywalker. Brad Holmes is Obi-Wan Kenobi.
That's right.
Let's go.
Yep.
You know, let's make this right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Jahmyr Gibbs is Han Solo. Actually, Jared Goff is Han Solo. Let's get him in a vest.
Yeah.
Do you remember in Family Guy when they referenced at the end of, I think it was, which is the one where Solo got frozen in the carbonite?
That would be the third one. Yeah. Well, episode 6.
Well, did you, at the very end of that, when Billy D. Williams' character
Lando Calrissian
is flying the Millennium Falcon, he's wearing Han Solo's clothes.
That's right. Return of the Jedi is the movie, by the way.
He's wearing his clothes. Like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, that was. I do remember that.
And they pointed it out in Family
Like, what the
Guy.
hell is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very bizarre.
Yeah. Great episode. Family Guy.
We've
Star Wars
digressed.
stuff is fantastic.
We've digressed. All right, lots to talk about.
Who's Yoda? Is it Ben Johnson?
Yoda might. Well,
maybe
Ben Johnson's Baby Yoda.
You know who might be Yoda is Dave Phipp, the special teams guy.
No, don't give a special teams guy Yoda status.
Did you hear Phipp speak yesterday?
No, I did not.
He's freaking awesome.
Did not hear.
Here's what listening were they?
Who's Chewbacca? Penne?
Chewbacca is Hutchinson.
Hutch?
Yeah, I think Hutch is Chewbacca. You got who's 3PO? R2D2, I feel that's Amon-Ra St. Brown. 3PO
Methodical, yeah.
Who's 3PO? 3PO. Maybe 3PO is Ben Johnson.
Maybe.
Is Sheila Ford Hamp Princess Leia?
Stop. All right, now we need to stop with the analogies. We're not casting anymore. We're done casting this thing.
All right, let's go. Lions and Seahawks. We got Michigan State, Washington. We got Michigan, Bowling Green, all to go over today. And we will open lines 248-539-9797. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, you want a better night's sleep? Well, I did. In a couple months, I finally did something about it. I went out and I decided to go buy a new mattress. So I stopped off at True Sleep out in Shelby Township. And I met with Paul, test drove about a dozen different mattresses they had, all different kinds. I wanted a firm mattress. I wanted one that was going to fit me right because I want to get the good night's sleep. It's not just about, oh, man, this thing is so great. I just sunk right into it. It feels awesome. Well, that's not going to get you good night's sleep because it's going to be bad for your spine. You want to make sure everything lines up perfectly. True Sleep has reasonable pricing for high-quality mattresses. I went with the Posh and Lavish, and I love it. You can find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep. It's Michigan's largest Nectar dealer. They're located in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah, and 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings, you heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are, instead of getting angry, say thank you.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. You know, I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up.
Yeah, the Death Star analogy didn't age well, did it?
Phaser's been set to kill and not stun.
Yeah. Drilly 2588 on Twitch said, Doug, let's be the biggest and baddest, like the Titanic. Yeah, great.
I assure you, this ship is unsinkable.
Yes. Full steam ahead, I said. Okay. So, look, the thing that will get unveiled, actually, I think it's a private ceremony tomorrow, but the people will see it on Sunday, is the Barry Sanders statue.
Oh.
Yeah, that gets unveiled. I'm not quite sure, because Barry was like one of the most fascinating players just to watch because of the way he can move around a football field. I don't know that it's possible to capture Barry in a statue, like the thing that doesn't move at all, the most elusive player we've ever seen. I almost feel like the statue should be this moving hologram. If they can somehow combine a hologram and a statue and come with a statuegram or a.
I think it'll end up being one of the best looking statues we have in Detroit sports because it's going to look like it's in action because his legs are going to be one way, his arms are going to be another, his shoulders and arms will be in a different direction. His
upper
head,
torso is
it's going to be great.
His legs are west.
Yeah, it's just going to be great.
Yeah, and I hope so. And statues are tough, man, because there's some swings and misses with statues. And
I know Bill Russell did not go to Michigan State.
Right, the Magic Johnson statue. Yeah, I mean
it's a great statue until you look at the face.
Yeah,
you're like Bill Russell.
Yep.
The statues they had that they put up at Joe Louis Arena, the Gordie Howe and others, those were really kind of cool.
Yep.
Very cool. The ones they put at Comerica Park are very cool. I'm looking forward to the day when they unveil the Cabrera statue years down the road. Obviously that's going to happen. They've done a pretty decent job of doing stuff. What happened to RoboCop? Did that ever come to fruition?
That's right. Who's the soccer player where it was awful?
Ronaldo.
Was it
like this guy's this like dashing, handsome guy, and it looked like he had a droopy eye, and it was like his face was messed up. Yeah, it was really
so, like embarrassing.
Yeah, look it up. Google that. Should they continually move the Barry statue because he's never in one spot, right?
Yeah, that's right.
1 week it's Gate B, and
that makes sense.
Another week,
find the Barry.
Yeah,
good luck.
Ronaldo statue.
It's terrible, right?
Statue's the worst ever. And
it looks like he's melting or something, right?
I mean,
it looks like he was frozen in carbonite with his eyes wide open.
The best thing is when you see like a picture of him next to it, you're like,
yeah,
swing and a miss. Like a handsome fella, worst statue ever. Although it's really just a bust, right? I mean, it's just his head.
It's just his head and neck, and it looks awful.
You don't want to see the rest.
No.
That's not proportionate.
Anyway, the Barry statue gets unveiled tomorrow, which would be really, really cool, and the people will see it on Sunday. So one of the big stories of this game is who can play and who can't play. For Seattle, Charles Cross, the left tackle, suffered a sprained big toe on his right foot in the opener, and he was listed as questionable, although people talk about him like he's out. The right tackle, Abraham Lucas, he went on injured reserve with a knee injury, but we don't know about Taylor Decker either. Taylor Decker did not practice yesterday, and so there's a chance that he won't play for the Lions this weekend, which is just, I mean, look, to expect to get through a season with your entire offensive line intact is unrealistic. We saw it for one game, what it's supposed to be, right? All these resources put into the offensive line, and it's a hell of a group. I mean, it is probably the strength of the football team, but they've battled injuries. And finally, in game one against Kansas City, we saw it as it's constructed to be. Decker, Jackson, Ragnow, Vaitai, and Sewell. And it was one game, and now Decker, I mean, it doesn't seem to be trending in the right direction. In which case, Sewell moves to left tackle, I assume, and then do they kick out Vaitai and put Glasgow at guard? Is that their best five? Is that the way to do it? Or does Matt Nelson? I don't think Matt Nelson gets I think that's what they probably do, but that's a big part of this game is whether or not Taylor Decker will be able to go for the Lions. But, you got to have depth. I mean, that's the thing about it. Football's a game of attrition, and when you're building your program, You got to have depth.
Yeah, I imagine because he's a veteran, that it would be a game time decision. Game time. That they don't have to make their mind up right now. They know, hey, look, he's up to speed on the playbook. He knows how to, do all the protections. He knows what he's supposed to do. It's just about his body. Is he ready to go? And so because of that, I think they can wait to the last minute, which is advantageous because he's got a couple more days of treatment and the whole stimulus thing that you can put on the ankle, and hopefully he is ready to go because he's clearly their best option. Having two offensive tackles like Decker and Sewell, that's the best option of tackles by far.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Daryl here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Right,
thank you.
I called you guys a couple of years ago after Dan Campbell had his little breakdown with his meeting, how passionate he is. And then I got kind of PO'd, and I said, look, who wouldn't cry for the Lions, right? Well, I was put down as the weirdest interview in the history of 97.1. Anyhow, I got something for you today. Are you with me?
Yeah, I think we're a little confused.
What was put down as the weirdest interview on 97.1?
If you look up the weirdest interview of 97.1 in history, it's me.
Who did you interview?
Yeah. Did you interview someone or did somebody interview you?
No, you interviewed me. You guys both interviewed me. Talk to me here on the radio.
You were a caller, not an interview.
I was a caller.
You were put down as the weirdest. Yeah.
It came in as the weirdest interview.
Oh, we might have number two.
Yeah,
but anyway, go
You're
ahead.
consistent, Daryl. Go ahead.
Okay, anyhow, I got something new for you. You ready for it?
Yeah. Are we ever?
As the fight song says, forward down the field, those charging hearts Dan Campbell starts surely will not yield as they step onto the field. The coaches all agree this will be a victory. As the Detroit Lions take the floor, you will surely hear the roar. Roar! Let's go get it. Let's get a Lions victory. Go, Lions!
I'm vibing with you, Daryl, in a big way. In a big way.
Okay. I just had to get that off my chest.
No, we're glad you did. Don't you be a stranger, okay?
All right, bud.
Yeah, you call back.
So, guys, I just looked it up on YouTube. Just typed in 97.1 Ticket weird call.
Yep.
He's right. It's a video of him, and it's labeled possibly the weirdest call in 97.1 history. It says caller Daryl says the Lions need to change their lyrics to the fight song. I don't have sound in here, so I can't hear it right now.
You're right. You Google search 97.1 The Ticket weird call. Daryl's call pops up.
Well, if the video is the same thing he just did, and we don't have to replay that,
yeah,
and then we have to,
we don't.
We don't.
I think we might have to replay that.
Well, like I said, he's consistent.
Yep, and it was us. Huh. We might need to play that one back.
Is there video of us reacting to it?
There's video of us. Yeah, camera angles are different. I remember that hat.
Have you worn the hat since?
I've worn the hat a couple times. I'm going to fast forward here a little bit. Oh, we look confused. We can't. Oh, now we're laughing. Daryl knows how to bring it. Let's just say that. He knows how to bring it. You watching this video?
I'm just starting to
all I can see is our reactions. God, you have a confused look on your face.
Well, that's just Monday through Friday.
Yeah, good point. All right, Carson Anderson, when the Lions are on defense, what are some keys when Seattle has the ball? Aaron Glenn yesterday was very interesting when he spoke with the media. We will get to that today at 10:32 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
Kang, have we found Daryl's previous call? Are we potentially going to replay it?
I just had Kenny listen to it.
And
we're not going to replay it.
Okay.
We're not going to subject the people to it a third time, I guess.
The guy's a classic. Gator played some of it during the break.
I tell you, you can YouTube this. So if you really, really want to know what Daryl said a year ago.
Is it a year ago? It was 2 years ago? Whatever it was.
A couple of years ago.
The YouTube description said a year ago. I don't know how long
it
is, but either way.
Bottom line, he is batting 1,000.
I mean, he was trying to challenge himself for the weirdest
1,000.
call.
Yep.
Yeah.
Love it. Daryl, thank you. Okay. You have anything else to add? Or?
No. I think it speaks for itself. Wanted to change one word in the fight song. From forward to roaring.
Roaring down the field.
Yeah.
So Aaron Glenn, Lions defensive coordinator, met with the media yesterday. I love Aaron Glenn press conferences.
AG.
He is awesome. And there was some funny stuff because later Ben Johnson met and they asked him about, camp and the relationship he has with Aaron Glenn. He goes, yeah, he stands next to me and we're like scrimmaging, and Aaron Glenn will turn to me and get my face like, bam, because his defense did something. And Ben Johnson's like, and I'm like, we're not even wearing pads, Aaron. But that's the relationship they've got. Aaron Glenn yesterday was kind of salty. He was, and not in a bad way. He was just.
He should be salty.
He
should take it personally. This team has rolled up 99 points in 2 games against his defense.
Yeah. Yep.
That should not sit well with him or anybody in the Lions organization. And it does not sit well.
At one point, somebody in the media said, Brian Branch, and Aaron Glenn just cut him off. He goes, how many times are you going to ask me about him? And I'm going to have to answer. He's a really good player. Like, are you really? Somebody said, you played more zone in week 1. He's like, how do you know that? He's like, well, you did. Do you know that? You know that to be a fact? And then the question, the follow-up, I couldn't really hear.
Challenging everything. I love it.
And a follow-up question, Aaron Glenn was like, I'm not going to give you the game plan.
Salty is a good word for it.
Yeah,
Then.
Aaron Glenn was salty. And it might have to do with the 99 points in the last 2 games against this team and against this group.
There may have been a chair thrown yesterday.
It could have been. I mean, sure, take it personally and use anything you can. Look, I tend to think that bulletin board stuff doesn't fly in the pros the way it does in college. The younger you are, the more prone you are to these wild emotional swings and getting worked up over disrespect. You get in the league, everybody's, they're professional and a little bit more mature, but I think Aaron Glenn might be playing that card this week because his defense has gotten shredded by these guys. Absolutely shredded. The Rashad Penny stat, for people who didn't hear it, in 2021 and 2022, okay, the last 2 years, Seattle has played Detroit both years. And Rashad Penny in the 2 games against Detroit had over a quarter of his total rushing, his total yards rushing in those 2 games over 2 seasons. Now, he's battled injuries and all that, but he has sliced up the Detroit defense. Now, he's not there anymore, but somebody better is. Kenneth Walker III is better than Rashad Penny.
Oh, and they also have Zach Charbonnet there now, too.
Yeah. So, look, I don't know if he's going to be what he's going to be in the league yet, but the bottom
college player.
But the bottom line is Pete Carroll likes to run the ball and has run the ball against Detroit. And, you know, there's things that are coming out of Seattle, emanating out of Seattle, that have to get better, and they're vowing to get better. Like DK Metcalf said this week, wide receiver, he had 3 catches in the opener, and he came out and publicly admitted, I wasn't 100% into it. I did not give 100% effort every single snap, and he vows to be better. Their defense, well, we'll get to their defense a little bit later on. We talk about when the Lions have the ball, but, you know, the Lions didn't, I mean, did they have 1 sack of Patrick Mahomes? I don't think they did.
No, they did not.
Okay, but they had 10 QB hurries and 7 more QB hits. So that's 17 times they either flushed him out of the pocket or hurried him or hit him. And those things add up. And I would not call, it's weird, with no sacks, I would not call that pass rush ineffective in week 1. I thought it was effective.
No, it was very effective because he had to throw the ball earlier than he wanted to, or he had to take off and get out of the pocket because he was flushed out. And I think that the Lions need to learn the lesson, which is, hey, if you're going to flush a quarterback out of the pocket, you better have somebody there to contain that quarterback from picking up 10, 12, 15 yards on the run, which is what Geno Smith did last year. And to an extent, Patrick Mahomes had a few carries like that last Thursday night. So that they have to work on, and that's fine because they know it. They know going into it exactly what they have to do. I think you watch a game like last night, and Philadelphia has this great defensive line, and they're going to get pressure. They get pressure on you from the middle, you know, with their tackles, let alone with the guys on the outside. They're very talented up front. Kirk Cousins was able to handle it.
Yeah.
He knew what he was doing. Smart quarterback, get rid of the ball early, and I think that can kind of frustrate it. But you better have if you're going to have the pass rush, you're going to want to get in there quickly because obviously giving quarterbacks time to throw is no good. There's going to be pressure on the Lions secondary to stay with their receivers for a few seconds, okay? Because Geno Smith's going to have to make quick decisions, and I imagine he's going to get upset at some point and want to take his deep shots, and he's not able to because he doesn't have the time to do it. But there'll be times where he's just going to, hey, I've got a second and a half and I got to throw it. I'm just going to heave it up there to the spot where I think the guy's going to be. And I think the Lions can take advantage of that with safeties. And this is where Kirby Joseph comes into play, Brian Branch comes into play, whoever is going to be out there in center field. They're going to have an opportunity to pick the pass that's just throwing it up for grabs.
I'll give you a guy who impacted the game but didn't play all that much. But I think this is a pretty damn good ratio, and it's a guy that's been hurt, and it's a guy who we haven't seen what he is supposed to be, but Aaron Glenn did admit yesterday he's pretty excited about him. Josh Pascal played 16 snaps on defense. He had 3 tackles in 16 snaps from that position, and one was at TFL on that third down, like that jet sweep they ran. That's an interesting one. Conversely, Levi Onwuzurike played 21 snaps, and I don't think he accumulated a stat. But, I mean, at least Onwuzurike's on the field, and sometimes at that position you don't get stats. But Pascal, that's an encouraging start for a player with promise. And we've talked a lot about that defensive front. We kind of know what Hutch is. You know, the robo-rusher is just going to keep coming and coming and coming. But everybody else in that defensive front, there's a lot of guys with high upside. It's can they produce? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Chris. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, fellas. How we doing today?
Doing good.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to call and give you guys a huge thank you. You guys have proved, and not just your show, all the shows, the complete delusion of this fanhood here. The Lions are going to get smoked this weekend. Seattle is going to come in here to Ford Field. Everyone's going to have their itchy faces because they're wearing these ski masks. Ski masks are not comfortable. No way that's going to work. Have you ever worn one?
Yeah,
Not
they're
gonna
very
last.
they're very uncomfortable.
No, this isn't going to work. And this just shows you the kind of people we're working with here. All right. Now, I know many Detroit Lions fans. I love them to death. But I'm sorry, they have a sickness. They have an illness. And it's not going to work out.
Chris, where are you from?
I'm from Brighton.
You're from Brighton? You've been born and raised in Brighton, lived here for a long time?
That's right.
Okay. When did you get so sour on the Lions? Like, why do you have, like, no faith that this year something's different? Is it just because previous regimes have failed miserably?
Exactly. The definition of insanity, right? Is doing
No,
the same
that's
thing
not.
over and over.
The definition of insanity is hearing people define insanity with the.
It's actually
with that
not
comment.
the definition of insanity.
Listen, this hype train is going on far too long, and this weekend is going to come to a crashing halt.
Why do you want it to?
Listen, they could have had Gator out there.
Why do you want this to come to a crashing halt? Why do you want this to come to a crashing halt?
No one wants it to crash.
Sounds like you want it to happen.
It sounds like you do, but
no, it's going to happen because it happens every single year.
So it may. Is there any football reason though?
Absolutely. You look at who we got coming into town this weekend, right? We got Geno Smith coming in, running quarterback, going to run all over us. We got Kenneth Walker, who's going to dominate the inside. And then you got all the receivers that Seattle has. It's just going to be an absolute whooping. Look at what our offense did last week.
How much?
They did nothing. What'd they score? They scored 2 touchdowns.
They scored 2 touchdowns. How many points do you think Seattle's going to win by?
21.
21. Will you give me the Lions plus 20.5?
Absolutely.
You will. All right.
Absolutely.
Six-pack of beer.
Andiamos on the winner.
Andiamos. Wow. All right. Good. Yeah, I'll take that. Lions plus 20.5. Chris, you're on.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah. Look, that's interesting, okay? Because we do want to bring up exactly what that guy brought to the table, and that is whether or not some people are really super uneasy with this, right? Whether or not some people, and he obviously is.
No, there are some, without a doubt. There are some.
He sounds
like
Chris.
He's
fun at parties.
Well, yeah, but there are absolutely some people are going to hang on. And look, he's part of that group that's going to hang on to SOL until this team gets to the playoffs and wins a playoff game, and even then they might not be convinced. Like they'll have to now do it 2 years in a row and 3 years in a row, and they're always going to kick the can down the road and change the goalposts, whatever you want to say.
Yeah. So Geno Smith had 1 carry for 6 yards last week, and if he runs all over Detroit, then it goes back to what they have done the last couple times against Detroit. They've lost 7 of their last 10.
He's not a running quarterback.
He really
He's
isn't.
a mobile quarterback. No. He's a guy who can take off and go, as he showed last year against the Lions, but he's not a running quarterback. He ran the ball 68 times last year. That's not that many. And he did it for 5.4 yards per carry. Okay, he's capable of going, but he is not a running quarterback.
My biggest problem with that last call is if you don't think the Lions are going to beat Seattle or you don't think this is the year they turn around, fine. But he hates to see people enjoying themselves. That's what pisses me off. Like, hey, let us have our moment. The Lions beat the defending Super Bowl champs on the road. They're favored to win the division this year. The game is a sellout. It's going to be a crazy atmosphere. We're enjoying ourselves, right? We're riding the roller coaster. This is a high right now. And that guy seems pissed off that we're having a good time over here.
You're 100% right.
Yep.
What's your deal? All right, man, go ahead, sit in the corner, but let us enjoy ourselves.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. And look, if there are people that agree with Chris, maybe not as enjoying presenting that we're doomed. He was clearly going to enjoy everyone's
He's a soul
misery.
sucker.
Yeah. But it's okay. I have no problem with somebody who says, I'm struggling buying in because of my lifetime. I don't have an issue with that. You don't have to enjoy it as much as Chris did.
It's an easy button.
I'm not mad at people who haven't bought in yet because we've all had the same relationship.
Yeah.
We all have seen what's happened.
But like King said, don't tell me not to enjoy it.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, 97.1.
Speaking of enjoying things, you're heading out this weekend, maybe going to go out to a tailgate. Enjoy this. Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It's delicious. It's only $30 a bottle, so it's not going to bust your budget. You want to show up to a tailgate party, impress your friends, start off the day, hey, let's all toast the game with some shots. You can have it that way. This is a versatile spirit, my friends. You can sip it all day long. You can have it on the rocks. You can pour it neat. You can have it with a mixer. You want to mix it with some ginger ale or mix it with cola. That's good too. Flying Ace Bourbon is incredible. It's an aged of blended whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. And it's also the perfect everyday drinker, as it is as smooth as it is unpretentious. There's no gimmicks about Flying Ace Bourbon. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick at heart. Give it a shot for yourself. It's a small batch American-made bourbon blended in Holland, Michigan, and it's part of the Coppercraft family, so you know that this is quality stuff. It's delicious. I've been drinking it for almost a year now. Give it a try yourself. You can follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. That way you get to stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number one team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number one team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team. Hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. Marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills.
So a few things. One, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today.
Plays.
More and more people are doing that. It's a great way to always have access to 97.1 a ticket anywhere in the United States and Canada, apparently. Stream the show that way. Use the rewind feature to go back and hear anything you want to. Up to 24 hours. It's archived. Also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Plus, we stream with video, cameras, and everything. on twitch.tv. Search up 971 The Ticket. Fine community of people do that. The streaming chat. What's up, Twitch crowd, and YouTube. Hello, YouTube. We do appreciate you taking in the show on YouTube. And it's there and live, and you can see us, myself, Gator Kang.
I talked to a guy yesterday outside Comerica Park who had driven up from Indiana.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, I'm a big Tigers fan. I've lived in the left side of the state for a bunch of years, but I've lived in Indiana now for like 30 years. And I come up for the game a couple times a year and listen to you guys. When I listen to you guys, I love it. I said, well, you can listen to us anytime. He said, no, I live in Indiana. I said, sir, the Odyssey app is the way to go.
Did you tell him how to spell it?
AUDACY.
Did you tell him how much it cost?
I said it was free.
Yeah. How about that?
He was very happy. His eyes bulged up. He said, that's amazing.
So anyway, I would suggest you download the Odyssey app today because someday you'll wish you had it, and then it'll be readily available at your fingertips. And you could follow our station, so it's easy to access each and every time. All right, so it's ironic that Buzz Killington called there from Brighton, and I'm actually not mad at him as much as he tried to come across as he pushed the boundaries of treating people with respect. He clearly wants the Lions to lose and clearly wants to see the people of Detroit be miserable.
I don't get that.
In spite of his presentation otherwise. He starts off with a very facetious, I want to thank you guys. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was just as belittling and demeaning as it could possibly be.
Have you ever worn a ski mask?
But, yeah. Anyway, so I'm looking at the stuff we were going to talk about today, and we do try and create a safe space for dissenting opinions because it's okay to have a healthy debate. And I've often said, hey, I'm not telling you how to feel. I'm just telling you how I feel. But I recognize that the relationship between this fan base and this football team, we all do. It hasn't been rewarding.
No, it has not.
And, yesterday we were going on and on and on about the Lions, and I just thought, I know there's a SOL crowd out there that is rolling their eyes at all this talk or is simply just uncomfortable with it. It is such a weird place to be, to have an organization and a team that's unilaterally praised because the Lions very well could lose tomorrow or Sunday. It's not the biggest upset in the history of the game. Seattle has had Detroit's number the last 2 years, although literally the Lions last year are one play away from winning that game. Not so much 2 years ago, but at the end of the day, it's okay if you haven't fully bought in and that the wounds and the scars are too deep. I think for most people that would admit that, it's I want to buy in. Not Chris from Brighton,
right?
But others do.
But I don't understand this mentality anyway. I mean, hope springs eternal, right?
Yep.
What's the harm in investing your feelings for a little bit if things go south and they go south? But if they don't,
you've been there before.
Awesome.
Yeah,
right.
And you've been there before, right? In fact, we're probably more prepared to be disappointed than any other fan base in the NFL.
Hey, if things go south and this team doesn't make the playoffs, I'll be very disappointed. I'll be angry and I'll be, damn it. And then a few months later, I'll get over it and look forward to the next season. And we'll judge it how we judge it. I mean, every season is different. I'm not going to judge 2023 based on what I saw from 1978 to 2022.
Yep.
I'm not doing that. Each year is different.
Well, and then
each year is different players, different coaching staff, whatever you want to do. And I happen to like this team. I have not been excited about a Lions football team like I am about this one, maybe ever in my lifetime.
Now, people love to quote Albert Einstein, who said the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but that's actually not the definition of insanity, A. And B, this is not the same thing. Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are brand new and have built a ton of credibility in Detroit and around the league with their moves to the point where the world isn't stunned that the Lions won at Kansas City, and the world is saying, well, it kind of validates what we thought. That's the reaction around the NFL. So this isn't the same thing. The same thing is if Matt Millen was still the GM or Bob Quinn was still the GM and they just kept hanging on to the same people. Matt Patricia was still a coach.
I want to ask this too, though. If the Lions lose Sunday, because they can lose.
Yeah.
Seattle, there's, if you believe in the up-down theory, but also Seattle maybe is a lot better than what they showed week one. just, a bad week for them, right?
Yep.
If the Lions do lose Sunday, how is it different than years past? The people that are going to go back to SOL, right? What makes this team different? Because guess what? The Lions aren't going to go 17-0. They're going to lose a game here and there, right?
And to lose the second game of the year at home as a favorite after upsetting Kansas City will really test people's faith. I mean, it will really test people's faith.
I just want to say the season won't be over if they lose. If this team is truly different, right?
Yep.
So, but we're going to get that if it happens. And that guy, Chris from Brighton, a different version of him is going to call in and be like, I told you, I never bought in. He's going to be laughing at all the people that wore ski masks or that were happy and excited. It's only 2 weeks into the year. But let us enjoy, man. I don't understand what the harm is, because it is a different regime. It literally is different people running this organization. It's a different owner.
Everything's different about this team. And they're building it the right way. Moving forward, I mean, from one year to the next, it's been bigger and better steps. And look, if you want to be miserable, go be miserable. But don't tell me to be miserable with you because I ain't joining you.
I'm
not buying crazy here today. Not doing it.
The only thing that's not different is Germ. It feels like he's been around forever. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Justin's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Justin?
Hey guys, I remember growing up watching Barry Sanders, Scott Mitchell. Couldn't wait get home from church and watch those games. And I've been off of the Lions probably last 5-10 years, just breaking your heart, same old Lions stuff. But after I watched Hard Knocks, got super excited, got all invested, and then they go 0-6, and I got coworkers telling me Lions Super Bowl. But after that Chiefs game, I kind of drank the Kool-Aid, and I'm back on it.
Yeah.
But I really do think the Lions have to win the division this year. I don't think there's any excuse not to. The the Bears and Vikings look terrible. Packers have a new quarterback. I really do think they have to win the division this year.
It's there for the taking for sure. And I mean, look, Minnesota's off to an 0-2 start. Cousins has put up some monster numbers, but you got to win the games. And last year they got their share of close wins, and this year it looks like the football might not be bouncing their way, at least here in the early going. The Bears, I mean, that fan base, that's one of the more disappointing performances in week one, to have Green Bay come into their house and put that victory on them. I mean, the Packers, you're right. I am, you know what's so funny is SOL doesn't scare me. SOP does. Same old Packers. I'm more scared of the Packers doing it again. I've grown increasingly nervous about Jordan Love.
Getting the quarterback right for a third straight time.
Yeah. And drafting the next guy, having him sit, and then just simply handing the controls to him. And it's in the back of my mind, the dude could be great. And I know. But be honest. Based on what you thought of Jordan Love and what's happened the last couple of months in terms of the coverage of him, what people said about him, what happened in the opener, are you more open to the idea that the Packers, more open, that's all I'm asking, are you more open to the idea that the Packers might have done it again?
Nope.
Okay. Stay strong, my friend.
It's a long season.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Last night, Aaron Rodgers, it was New York, a lot of celebrities there.
Yep.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers, full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like, this is like, I don't know, half an hour before game. I don't know when.
Minutes before.
Yeah, who knows, right? Timberlake's on the field in, like, sunglasses, a hat, dress casual. They dap it up together. Hey, man, good luck tonight, da-da-da, whatever. Thanks for coming. Rodgers turns around to go to the tunnel, and Timberlake pats him on the butt. Now, my question is, since he's in full uniform, is that just a thing? Could Rodgers turn around and tap Timberlake on the butt even though he's in casual clothes?
No, you have to be playing a sport in uniform.
Okay.
Yep.
But if you're in uniform, it's like, hey, that's just part of the good luck out there?
Yeah, I think that's when it's appropriate.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Seahawks are expecting a hostile environment when they come to Ford Field on Sunday, not just from the fans, but Seattle receiver DK Metcalf, well aware of CJ Gardner-Johnson and his reputation as a trash talker who stands out even among the other trash talkers. And Detroit will have one more full practice today, walk through tomorrow, then we'll attempt to go 2-0 for the first time in 6 years on Sunday at 1 p.m. Dan Miller's call will be right here on the ticket with a pregame at 10 a.m. Also, Michigan and Michigan State going through their final prep. Very different opponents for their Saturday home games. The Wolverines favored by over 40 points versus Bowling Green. MSU, marred by scandal, are multi-touchdown underdogs in their own building with number 8 Washington headed to East Lansing. Some undefeated high school matchups tonight, including Lake Orion hosting powerhouse West Bloomfield. Both teams are 3-0, and same records for Caledonia and Rockford as they're set to clash in Kent County. And if you want to see the Tigers live in the next 10 days, you'll have to travel over 2,000 miles. They're on the West Coast for 10 games. Tonight's will begin in Anaheim just after 9:30. Dan Dickerson will have the call right here on 97.1. Tarek Skubal getting the start versus the Angels, who have been missing Shohei Ohtani since September the 3rd. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Get us some Michigan State stuff in the noon hour. 248-539-9797. We do have open lines, so if you want to bring it up. Wolverines, Spartans. The Spartans, it's kind of a path to victory thing. How can they pull this thing off? Michigan, it's like a to-do list as the games will start to get some premium moving forward. But what is on their to-do list? 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls on this eve of another big football weekend. We go to Sean next on 97.1. Hello, Sean.
Hey, guys. So, one thing we're all guilty of is wanting to be right? So when you ask the question, what's the harm of some of these SOL people buying in? In my mind, the answer is you've already dug in, right? This isn't a debate you have once or twice. Like, I'm a Lions optimist. A good example of this is Stafford a good QB or not? I have debated that topic, saying that he is 1,000 times with many people, and I'm dug in. You're not moving me off that block. I don't care what you say. I'm not changing my opinion there, right? And I think the same is true with these SOL people. If they admit to you that the Lions might be on the right pathway, they're admitting the last 20 years of debates they've had, they were wrong, right? And if you want to test that in the crosstalk, why don't you talk to Mr. Rico Beard and see if he's willing to buy in a little bit? I mean, he's not going to budge, right? So that's what I think. It's just a stubbornness because they put so much energy into their point. That's it.
So, right. And I mean, I guess I feel like it's okay to be skeptical of an organization that's burned you 1,000,000 times. And there's nothing wrong with that. The question is, are you willing to consider the possibility that this might be different? And if you're not, then you really need to be shown more. And if you are considering that possibility, you're trying to see things for what they appear to be and be open-minded. Now, you could be just an overly optimistic fan. There were times we've been excited before, but nothing's felt like this.
But, Doug, you're talking about being a mature, open-minded human being, and most of us try to be that, but the reality is we're not. Right? We want to prove our points. We want to say, wait a minute, I've debated this already with you. I'm not debating it again. I already told you what I think. The Lions organization's terrible.
Yep.
Stop it, right?
Yep. So. As long as the Ford's on the team. Yeah, we know the script. Thank you, Sean. We know the script, and there's you can't be. I mean, Lucy has pulled the football away every single time.
Right. Well, we've all been hurt before. I get it, and I understand that people are going to have the high standard for them to feel otherwise, right? And the high standard is likely a playoff win. That's fine. The problem I have is when you start shaming others for daring to get excited about something because they believe the signs and you don't. It's okay to have different opinions.
Yep.
But don't tell me how I should feel.
Well, but I mean, I don't, you can tell me whatever you want. I'm not going to listen. But in terms of how I should feel, I'll formulate my own opinions. It's when what bothers me is taking glee in it. Like other people's misery. You know, what is that's
you guys are getting divorced? How terrible. Like that guy, right? I mean, it's the guy might as well be somebody who's divorced now, is soured on marriage, and then anybody's going to give it, hey, we're getting married next month. That's never going to work out. Shut up.
Right. Mark is next. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing there, guys?
What's up?
Hey, the reason I'm calling, I've been an Lions fan since Alex Harris and Joe Schmidt have been around, and I'll tell you, I've watched Joe Schmidt coach the team to a 5-0 loss in Dallas. I've been around with
You've been around, Mark. You've been around. What's on your mind?
My man's credentials are in order.
Well, all right. Anyways, I've watched so much stuff and been tired of screaming at the TV or kicking the dog or reverse order. And things are different this time. They say a blind squirrel eventually will find a nut, and I think actually it's happened to the Lions. I'm in on this team.
Are you?
Something is definitely different with them. You can tell it that their drafts have gone right. They've got the right people in place. And this team, I don't know about Super Bowl this year, but this team is definitely there. And no two ways about it. You can't predict that they're going to win every game or what's going to happen this Sunday. But the effort's there, and I think this team's shooting itself in the foot, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. I think those days are in the past. Not to say that there'll be misfortune here and there, but this team's a winner. And the effort's there, and the grit's there, and I think that you've got something that's a product worth watching.
So it's interesting you say
we can definitely be proud of
the claim that the team's a winner. And thank you for the phone call, Mark, because I've kind of put the onus on the Lions to prove that they are winners. And what I mean by that is winners more often than not win games like Sunday. Not every single time, but you can win games, and then and that eventually can turn into you just being a winner, where the up-down theory, the letdowns are fewer and further between, the maturity is there. When I watch teams like Kansas City, and obviously they're incredibly talented and they have an elite quarterback, but they play a ton of close games because that's the NFL, and they find ways. Patrick Mahomes finds ways, they're winners. Andy Reid finds ways, they're winners. And the Lions are going to be in dogfights against teams that they're more talented than, teams that they're allegedly better than. You got to find a way. You still have to go out and prove it. And so, look, my man's been watching for a while. He established that. He's ready to declare their winners. I'm not quite yet. I want to see them go out and take care of business against Seattle and, quite frankly, Atlanta next week. And I might set up an early season showdown at Green Bay. 248-539-9797. Ed is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ed?
Yeah, hold on. Hey, guys, real quick. First of all, I got to say, I've been the same old Lions somewhat fan for years, the SOL.
Mm-hmm.
One of you guys on this station, I'm not going to say who it was, and it wasn't one of you two, said last year after that 1-6 start that Dan Campbell is just a springboard to the next coach. I'm buying into what these guys are selling. I do not believe this is anything I've ever seen. The fans have the right to be skeptical, but I'm going to tell you, like you said, Gator, if they lose on Sunday, I'm going to be teed off to no end. Because this team beat us last year, barely. We fixed the problem in that secondary, and for this to be so much hype from the national media and the fans, and if we go out on Sunday, which I'm going to be there, if we go out on Sunday and we lose that game, I'm not only going to kick my dog a remote, I might kick my wife.
Oh, no.
Easy, Ed. Easy, Ed.
But it's not the same team that none of us grew up with.
Well, I first we advise against the domestic violence. Hopefully she kicks back.
Well, she's not listening. She's not listening, or she throws something at me right now.
Okay, and you deserve it. Yeah, look, Geno Smith threw for 320 yards. He rushed for 49 more. They didn't punt. They
were dominant.
Their offense was dominant.
Yeah, their offense was very. Yeah, I was going to say the Lions matched it with their offense.
The Lions scored 45 points, all from the touchdown, all from the offense. There was no. They had some good field position.
6 touchdowns in the field.
Yeah, they had some short fields to play with. My God, look at some of these Lions drives in that game. Their first 2 short fields. One play, 32 yards, touchdown. They gave up a defensive touchdown. They had a 12-play 41-yard drive for a field goal. But how about this? Lions also in that game had 3 plays, 71 yards, 3 plays, 75 yards. Some quick hitters.
Yeah, some big plays.
Yeah, they moved the ball last year, right? Everything we can say about Seattle might have Detroit's number. Kind of Detroit's offense had Seattle's number last year, too.
Well, right. And the defense was atrocious last year through the first 7 games. They were on pace to have the worst defense in history. Then they made a change, right? Fired the defensive backs coach. Aaron Glenn took over, not only as defensive coordinator, which he already was, but then he was going to coach the defensive backs. And things turned around immediately. And they go from 1-6 to 8-2. Well, that's a hell of a turnaround. So which is this team? Is it the 1-6 team or is it the 8-2 team? Based on the fact that they walked into Arrowhead and walked out of Arrowhead a winner, it's the 8-2 team. It's not the 1-6 team.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Hey, who's ready for an action-packed weekend at Twin Peaks? It starts tonight with the Showtime Boxing Series matchup between Pedroza and Cardenas at 9:30. Circle back Saturday, East Lansing, 5 o'clock. Ann Arbor, 7:30. Great slate of college action for the local fans. And stick around for the game after the games, for UFC Fight Night. Sprinkle in some DAZN boxing, and your Saturday will be stuffed. What can make the day of sports this much better? The fact that the Twin Peaks girls, well, they'll host you and serve all your favorites throughout the day. They're waiting to serve up the 29-degree bone-chilling draft beers and the mugs that are frozen solid for 6 hours, the hand-breaded to order boneless wings, or the chicken tendies. Have you tried the flatbreads yet? How about their hand-cut New York strip? Tons of options in Twin Peaks, sure to settle your appetite. And don't worry, the action-packed sports weekend doesn't end Saturday. Run it back Sunday for all the NFL action. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com or sign up for the Eat Club so you can know about all their specials and what they've got on the big screens. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club. And again, location nearest you, TwinPeaksRestaurant.com.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
Sorry, I was talking to Jimmy. Powers.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is he fired up about Georgia's big game tomorrow night?
Look, I'm not in a position to rip on anybody else's schedule. 248-539-9797.
I can.
Go
no,
for
they're playing South Carolina. It's legit.
Yeah, it's a conference game. It's funny because the SEC plays 8 conference games and the rest of the country wants them to play 9. And I feel like the SEC is going to come back and say, you know what, we're only going to play 7. Bring on another FCS opponent. Hey, what are you doing this weekend, the Citadel? 248-539-9797.
Well, we're already playing 6 of your teams.
I know, honest to God, I'm in no position. I'm looking forward to Michigan and Texas next year. Michigan and Oklahoma the year after. And then I think it's Washington and return trips with Oklahoma and Texas. Notre Dame comes back on.
Washington will be a conference game, so.
It's a valid point. It's a valid point.
Conference schedule is going to be tough.
I'm wondering what's going to happen with we got to figure out what the conference is going to do because apparently they're not going to divisions. But we digress. Let's get back to your phone calls. Bill, you're on 97.1. Hi, Bill.
Hey, guys. How are you?
All right, Bill.
Good. Well, first of all, I sincerely hope no family members or pets get kicked on Sunday, regardless of the result of the game.
Yeah, neither of those things are necessary. I appreciate the people's want to use analogies but maybe we should move away from violence against pets and domestic violence jokes.
Okay, yes, that would be nice. Now, in response to the caller from Brighton, and the fact that he's from Brighton didn't really surprise me.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Shots
okay,
fired.
So I'm going to throw that out there.
Where are you from, Bill?
Okay. Well, I am from Madison. Well, I live in Madison Heights, but I graduated from Clawson High School.
All right, so I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure we got the crime here. It's Clawson versus Brighton crime.
Yeah, if you want to put it that way, that's good.
Right. There we have it.
Okay. Now, there is a difference between cynicism and being an A-hatted narcissist who revels in other people's sadness. okay, you can be cynical, but that guy was the latter. And I think many of us may know people that have a tendency to have been like that to the Lions over the years. And for us that have always rooted and have always felt the pain, I'm going to go to the reverse of that guy and say there's some of these people that may want on the bandwagon right now, and we have every reason to tell them to you know what, you're not, we're not letting you. I'm going to ask people to be gracious to these people, and if they want to get on the bandwagon, we welcome you.
Well, I feel like it's a defense mechanism, right? It's a very safe space to say, I'm not going to invest my emotions in the team. And I do struggle a little bit with when then the implication is because I'm better than you.
Well,
but it's a safe,
it makes
it's
them
a
feel
defense,
superior.
Yeah, it's a defense mechanism.
There's a difference between cynicism and wanting to feel superiority over people.
Yeah, let me be clear here. In some people's case, other people, I don't blame you if you want to see more. Because I think one of the hardest things to do, and I've tried to do it every year since I've had this job, is when they replace a general manager or a coach, everything resets to zero. And you start judging that regime, because what Wayne Fontes did has nothing to do with what Dan Campbell's going to do. And what Matt Millen did has nothing to do with what Brad Holmes is going to do. It really doesn't. And so now,
right. You're right. And I know why people would be cynical of even different administrations, because it always seems like it's been the same thing. But I like that philosophy you have, Doug, because I've been that way too. It's like you have to give them a chance, but at the same time, you have to understand the cynicism.
I do understand the cynicism for sure. And I understand the hesitation. Because in the end, they might be right. They might be.
Well, they might be, yeah. And they just, look, they're overprotective of their emotions, and they don't want to get hurt again. So they already said that they're hurt, and we don't pay attention anymore. We don't have any expectations, and that's fine. However you want to cope with yourself is that works.
That sounds insulting, Gator, the way you put that.
Okay. And well, because I just don't like it thrown at fans that are willing to let the past lie in the past and stop dredging it up. Yeah, I'm worried about what's happened here. I like the team that finished off last season. I like what they did in the offseason with the free agent pickups. I love what they did with the draft. Watching what they did in the preseason and then getting into the first regular season game and beating the Super Bowl champs on their own turf. Yeah, I'm sorry. I like that. I'm a little excited about that. And I'm not going to look back. I'm going to look forward.
D is next on 97.1. Hi, D.
Gator, DK, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, D.
Hey, man, I wish I had some fire in my voice, but I got a problem, guys, and I don't want no sympathy, but hear me out before I get to my main point.
All right.
Last Thursday, I'm at my brother's house. We watching the game. His wife come in, she said, "Oh, babe, when you go to the game next week, can you pick me up a Ross St. Brown jersey?"
Wow.
So my brother said, "No problem, babe, I got you." So sometime between then and now, she seen the commercial about the food that they're going to be having at Ford Field. That got her interested. So now my brother texts me Wednesday, say, "Hey, bro, give me a call when you get a chance." So I call him right back, think, something good about the Lions game that we going to, me and my brother. He's a season ticket holder. He been a season ticket holder since day one.
Yeah.
He said, "Hey, bro, Tracy want to go to the game." That's his wife.
Yeah.
I said, "What?" She want to go to the game. I said, "Well, bro, it's going to be plenty more games to go to. Why don't you take it to another game? Let us stay at home, watch the baby, cook that good macaroni and cheese."
There you go.
What's up, bro? "Oh, man, she really want to go to the home opener, man. She's hyped up."
Yep.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. This is the same woman that been telling you for the last 2 years you wasting your money on season tickets, and you could be putting that money into the house.
Mm-hmm.
This is the same woman, bro. And now she's going to the game Sunday. And I'm out here looking like, whoa, bro,
Yeah.
really?
Yep.
But it's all good.
Yep.
She part of the family. But, man, I'm pissed off, bro.
I hear you, D. I hear you. At least he didn't ask you to fix up the house while he's out.
Bro, then I'm thinking, well, hopefully she won't be able to find a babysitter. Nope. Mom said, I'll watch him. So she found the babysitter, so it's a done deal.
Wow.
But it's all good. But, hey, my point, what I'm calling about, fellas, I told y'all the Lions will lead the league in interceptions. Now, Thursday, we should have had 4.
Yeah.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you're doing all this talking, baby boy. In this city, you got to back your talk up. So you got to quit dropping interceptions. And that one that Jerry Jacobs won, I don't know how Pat got that through Jerry Jacobs' hands, bro.
Do you sound like Aaron Glenn yesterday talking to the media? Aaron Glenn said that exact same. First of all, he was salty. Secondly, he said, yeah, the 1 turnover is enough. And his direct quote, D, was, it should have been 4. So you are in line with the Lions defensive coordinator. And as far as getting passed up for the ticket, listen, many married men or boyfriends make decisions based on what gets them closer to or further from Gator what?
The sex.
And that's what just happened to you.
Hey, you know what? And I can't be mad at my brother because, like I say, she make a mean macaroni and cheese, brother. So I love her for that. So I hope she do enjoy her first game. But it's just crazy how everybody in this state is getting involved. And you got to love it, baby. You got to love it.
What's the secret to the mac and cheese?
You know what? I don't know what it is, bro. It's just cheesy. Cheesy where it just drip off your lips and your tongue is bro. I can bring you a plate if you want one.
I think we might.
I make a pretty mean mac and cheese myself, but I hear what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
Do
your thing, baby. Have fun, man.
I'm gonna put my money on D's sister-in-law over yours.
Whoa.
Just saying.
Shots fired.
Yep. 248-539-9797. By the way, last night something happened in the Thursday night game that I just still think is and I think everybody think it's one of the most curious rules in all of sports. We'll get to that today at 11:32, plus your phone calls and feedback, 97.1 The Ticket.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah,
and they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So maybe they got to get 1 first down, or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows? Mm-hmm. But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin, very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender. Mm-hmm. He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
There's a lot to get into from actually last night's NFL game.
Last night,
I'd prefer
Aaron
that it's not
Rodgers
streamed
was
because I
New
do
York.
like to flip
A lot of
around,
celebrities
but
there.
whatever.
Yep.
I
I'm
will
watching
say
this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's
I do
dapping it
like
up with
the
Justin Timberlake.
Amazon Analytics broadcast because it brings you the all 22, and it's an interesting way to watch the game and get some perspective. That's one thing. But last night's game had one of the weirdest rules in sports, and I just don't get it. And I know it's a rule, and it's always been the rule, but Justin Jefferson fumbled on the 1-yard line. Ball punched out, or was he reaching for the goal line? But a fumble that goes into the end zone and out of the side or back of the end zone, the ball is awarded to the defense, and it's a touchback. Comes out to the 20. I don't get it. I'm not quite sure why the defense gets the ball. It seems to be far too rewarding for the defense. They didn't recover it. Neither did the offense. And a simple solution is put the ball back where it was dropped. And it's offense's ball. I don't. Why does the defense get the ball in that situation?
It's far too punitive for the offense. It doesn't really make any sense. And I was talking to someone at the building today before the show, and the defense never possessed the ball, so why should they get the ball? Like in an interception, that's a turnover. The defense has the ball. A fumble recovery, the defense possesses the ball. You give it back, you give it to the defense. In the fumble out of the end zone, why do they get the ball? They never possessed it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
But I've never understood.
I hate that rule.
I'm not sure I hate it, and I'm not sure I understand it, but I'm trying to understand it. I loved it last night, but that's wager related.
The truth comes out.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest about that. That's why I was cheering. It's over the pylon. Yes. But is it a dumb rule? I'm not sure if it's a dumb rule, and I'm trying to understand it because it's the offensive player got a chance, he's going to score, and then all of a sudden the defensive player makes a play and knocks the ball loose. The ball goes to an area where, is it because more often than not you would expect a defensive player to be there and pick it up? Does it go by percentages of, how many fumbles are lost? I'm just trying to find something out of this because I agree with you. It doesn't make a ton of sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
But it's like an extra defensive player out there is the boundary. And when the offensive player coughs it up, there's a chance that the ball's going to go to the defensive side. But because it happens through the end zone, they automatically give it to the defensive side. It is a fumble.
No one's disputing that.
No, but that's a big part of it. Obviously it starts in that direction. It's a fumble. Who's going to gain possession of it?
Did you feel this way when Calvin Johnson fumbled it out of the end zone against Seattle?
Look, I was pissed. I was a Lions fan. I admit. Of course.
It's just such a weird.
And then it was a weird rule that the defender knocks it out.
Well, purposely, you're not allowed to do that.
But again, it's a weird rule, right?
I think this rule might actually get changed one day because no one likes it, it seems like. 99% of people don't like it. I never see anyone defend it.
It's really odd. It's really odd to me. But
well, you defend it if your team is the benefactor.
No, I even think they were like, that's stupid. No, because they...
I hear what you're saying, and yet it's not about the outcome. It just seems way too rewarding for the defense and overly punitive for the offense.
How about this? I know this is not why they did it. This is not the spirit of the rule, but in a league that is constantly giving the offense a break, why not give the defense a break? It's a big one.
Because it's counterintuitive to what the league tries to do, which is promote points and scoring. It goes against what every other rule that they put in place to benefit the offense.
Yeah, it's just a checks and balances.
Yeah, look, it's not the end of the world. It just is every time I see that rule enforced, knowing what it is, knowing exactly what happened the moment it happened. Like the moment it happened, I was like, oh, this is going to be Philly ball.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Again, I'm just trying to figure it out as well. And I think it is a way that you're rewarding the defense in a league that doesn't reward the defense all that often. Yep. You've taken away the ability for quarterbacks to defend. They can't touch wide receivers anymore. You've taken away the ability for a defensive lineman to the way that he rushes the passer and how he takes the quarterback to the ground and all this. And
But then
there's so much that goes on that's against the defense. It's absolutely pro-offense that here we're throwing a defensive bone by having this rule.
Well,
that's not why they did it. I'm just
I know, well,
trying to
yeah,
rationalize.
because this rule has been in place for a long
Yeah.
time. It's not a new rule to help the defense. And secondly, what's the difference? What if he fumbled it at the 1? Why didn't you give it to the defense then too?
Yeah, if it goes out of bounds at the 1.
Yeah, that's what I'm. It's so stupid.
It's really weird. I agree with you completely. But 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Jay is next here on 97.1. Hi, Jay.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Real quick on that rule. That rule actually, it makes sense to me because that is the opposing team's end zone. It's the offense's responsibility to get into the end zone with possession of the ball. If you lose possession into the opposing team's end zone, it should go back to the defense. If you're still in the field of play, then you get the ball back as an offense. You've lost possession into the opposing team's end zone. It goes out of bounds. It goes back to the defense. It just makes sense to me.
Okay.
On Chris from Brighton, Chris has bigger issues in his life than sports issues. He's got real life issues. First of all, the negativity, you get 3, if you don't see a change in the Detroit Lions, there's only 3 reasons why. You're not a real fan, you're blind, or you're stupid. Chris seems stupid. And then to take pleasure, to take pleasure in the team being bad to other people to prove himself right, I just don't have room for that kind of negativity in my life. I'm 43. I've been a Lions fan since I was 9. Even when they're bad, I look for the silver lining or the positivity. If this is so bad for you, Chris, move on. Don't be a Lions fan. It just seems like he was on Twitter, I guarantee it. Chris was on Twitter when Aaron Rodgers blew out his Achilles, and he was laughing about it. That just seems like the type of person Chris is.
Chris triggered some people. I don't.
And listen, anyone who's getting on here and you had 2 consecutive calls that said, I'm going to kick my dog, that's bizarre. What a bizarre comment that is. What is wrong? You're going to kick your dog because your team lost?
Somebody said they're going to kick their wife. I think we all need to just stop kicking people. Thank you, Jay. 248-539-9797. Arthur's next on 97.1. Hi, Arthur.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Love your show.
Thank you.
I just called to say Chris is not going to appreciate what I'm about to say, but the joy is in the journey. You have to ride these teams until they get to the promised land, going from when the Tigers were not that good to watching, Sparky Tail Gibby. He don't want to walk you. Watching the Pistons come up from when they had Terry Tyler at their center to the Bad Boys winning back-to-back, to watching the Red Wings go from being trounced to the Russian Five. Guys that don't stick with their team, like I have for all Detroit teams. I don't care if they had a midget rugby team. I'd root for it as it was from Detroit. I'm Detroit born and raised. I'm a Lions fan all my life. And when they do win it, which they will, I'm going to have such a feeling of joy because I took that ride. I took the roller coaster ride with the good and the bad trades and the bad draft pick. Chris is never going to get that because he jumped ship. You got to ride it out, man.
Well, look, you can obviously you can do whatever you want, but Arthur, you're right. The one of the greatest parts of one of the first championships in my lifetime, when the Bad Boys had to go step by step up the ladder, because at first it was Atlanta. First they had to get past Atlanta, and they did, and then they had to get past the Celtics, and they didn't. And eventually they did. And then they had to get past the Lakers, and eventually they did. And that climb to the top is part of the fun. And you're right. I mean, look, fans can do whatever they want, but your point is some are missing out. Because if they don't want to enjoy the ride, it's up to them.
Well, and the Wings did the same thing in the 80s with get the back-to-back conference championships, but lose to Edmonton,
get into the playoffs, and then first-round ousters, and
the change of coach because things were good under Brian Murray, but they weren't great. Let's switch to Scotty Bowman, and next thing you know, you're in a Stanley Cup, but you get swept.
Awful Devils series, and you're right. The ride is part of the satisfaction when it's done.
So, and I agree with the call. This is why I love what's happening here. You go from abject failure with the previous regime and the previous regimes going back 60-something years, and then you get a fresh start with it. It starts with the ownership. Sheila Ford Hamp took over and made some big changes.
We have got injury updates from Dan Campbell, the latest on Taylor Decker, and another surprise name to the injury list. We will get to that today at 11:46. Hey, NFL season's underway. Right now, an incredible offer from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take advantage of this offer. It's FanDuel.com/Doug. And kick off the NFL season with an offer you don't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner in the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends September 18th. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV requires base plan. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscriptions renew. Cancel anytime.
Obviously, Rodgers full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like this is like, I don't know, half an hour before game. I don't know when.
Minutes before.
Yeah, who knows, right? Timberlake's on the field in like sunglasses, a hat, dress casual. They dap it up together. Hey, man, good luck tonight, da-da-da, whatever. Thanks for coming. Rodgers turns around to go to the tunnel, and Timberlake pats him on the butt. Now, my question is, since he's in full uniform, is that just a thing? Could Rodgers turn around and tap Timberlake on the butt even though he's in casual clothes?
No, you have to be playing a sport in uniform.
Okay.
Yep.
But if you're in uniform, it's like, hey, that's just part of the good luck out there?
Yeah, I think that's when it's appropriate.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized Because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad.
All right, so a few things to update you on here. Dan Campbell, speaking with the media, says Taylor Decker is, quote, less than questionable. I'm reading from Colton Pouncey's tweet, although all the beat reporters had it. So left tackle Taylor Decker, less than questionable for Sunday's game versus the Seahawks. Same for Emmanuel Mosley. So it looks like Lions might be without 2 starters, although we haven't even seen Mosley, so we don't know what we're missing.
What does less than questionable mean?
It means there's questionable, and he's south of that, but north of out.
Right. So I'm just trying to figure out which side of it is.
So there's probable. I think it's probable, doubtful, questionable, and out.
Okay. So he's between questionable.
Am I missing a bull?
No, I think you're.
I got them all. I got all the bulls.
So he's between questionable and doubtful?
Sounds like.
Or is doubtful below questionable? Does it go questionable, doubtful, out?
I don't know. That's a good question. Because if it's less than questionable, then he's doubtful.
Or is it? I don't know.
Is it
we'll find out on Sunday.
Is DEFCON 1 when it's really bad, or is DEFCON 5 when it's really bad?
We'll do it live. Figure it out live.
All right, so that's one thing. Then defensive end Josh Paschal suffered an injury and won't practice today. Campbell says it's not serious, but there's a chance he'll be out for a bit.
Oh.
So that's the new information, which sucks.
Well, that tells me he's out.
Yeah, and I mean, look, we talked about him earlier in the show, and it was about he played 17 defensive snaps and made 3 tackles, which is a pretty good ratio for a guy who's finally healthy and getting his first run.
Well, activate Isaiah Buggs. Make him active for the game.
If he's out for a while, sign Andre Whalen.
No, but I mean, you're going against a team that can run the football, a team that has killed you in the last 2 games because, of everything. But they did have,
they did whatever they wanted.
Rashad Penny ran for 320-something yards in 2 games.
Yep.
So he's not there, but they do have Kenneth Walker. They do have Zach Charbonnet. They've got running backs. So I would say let's bring in the guy that can be a run stopper, and that's Isaiah Buggs. Next man up.
Well, they had 3 defensive linemen inactive against Kansas City.
Quara.
Yep. Romeo.
Yeah.
Out. Buggs and Broderick Martin.
Yeah, right. So one of those. So it's a battle.
It is
in my
battle.
mind between the 2 defensive tackles.
The Paschal injury hurts because of the starting tackles that are out for Seattle. I'm expecting a great rush from the edges, and yeah, you need the guys in the middle to contain Geno from stepping up. Because when that pressure comes in from the outside, from Hutch, Houston, Charles Harris, I expect a big day from those edge guys. Seattle's going to be missing 2 offensive starting tackles. I mean, that's huge in this league.
It is, but I mean, Pascal's more. He's the guy that can play inside or outside. So I'm fine with who they have rushing from outside, I guess, unless they feel like. I mean, if Dan Campbell feels like they don't have enough, then maybe the activation is Romeo Okwara instead of one of the tackles.
So a PSA and then a clarification. The PSA comes from the Birchie Kid, who writes for our website, does a great job. Go to 971theticket.com to read all his very insightful stuff. PSA, yes, you can wear your ski mask at Ford Field. No, you cannot wear it through security. Yes, you can put it back on in the stadium. No, you cannot be an idiot who breaks the NFL code of conduct. I mean, you can, but that's on you. Yes, Bob Winowski will be wearing one on Fox 2 Game Day Live. So you can wear the ski mask in Ford Field. You cannot wear it through security.
Sorry, you have it in your hand, you walk in through security.
Yep. I like the idea. I've heard another suggestion, like the turnover ski mask. Put it on after a turnover. What about putting it on third down? Defense on the field for third down. We're gonna get the ball back.
I don't mind that.
No, I don't either.
I don't mind that either, except for if you don't stop them, then you just kind of feel like.
Yeah.
I think if you're celebrating the turnover, it's happened. You can celebrate.
That's a good point,
you know,
man.
that's the only thing I would have.
According to the Google, here are the player designations, the injury designations. Probable, very likely to play. Questionable, player has a 50-50 chance to play. Doubtful, player is very unlikely to play. And out, player will not play. There are 4 doubtful. When Dan Campbell says that Taylor Decker is less than questionable, is another way of saying that Taylor Decker is doubtful. Why he went with less than questionable, I don't know. But there you go. 248-539-9797. Craig is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Craig?
Hey, guys. How you going?
We're good.
Hey, so
the way I look at it, callers like Chris, and I think Rico's up there too, these are guys that at some point, the Lions went bad and they walked away from the team. But their friends didn't. So they've spent years now watching their friends in misery and deep down feeling good about it because they feel like they made the right decision. But now things are looking like they can shift a little bit. So they're hoping that the Lions don't succeed so they can still be that smartest guy in the room.
I don't want to speak for Rico, but I got that sense from caller Chris. And he's going to take pleasure in it. And that's I'd rather be right than them be good is the way it came off. Look, I can't say this enough. I don't blame anyone who still is uncomfortable with all the Lions praise. I mean, they've been praised in the past. I don't know if ever quite like this. And that's what I mean with the ski mask, everything we're doing with that. I don't think we need the fans like that. I think Sunday you're going to see that roof blown off. You're going to see how loyal this fan base is. And if they don't want to come back, we don't need them. I think we'll be fine without fans like that. Craig, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Dominic is next on 97.1. What's up, Dominic?
Good morning, guys, and thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I predict the Lions are going to win Sunday 34-17, just dominate from start to end. And I have a bold prediction. I know that was last week, but I think the Lions are going to win the division, probably get the 3rd seed, and win their first playoff game at home against the Los Angeles Rams and Matthew Stafford.
Wow. That'd be an interesting matchup. Huh. I mean, that would be an interesting matchup.
That's going to top off the sweet season to me.
Well, it feels as if that's sort of the hurdle that people really want to see cleared. I guess it's 2 hurdles. Win the division and win a home playoff game. Host a playoff game and win it. And, then it's sort of like, okay, let's see what this team can really do. But I hear you.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
I think the Lions should have kept Swift as the 3rd running back, in my opinion, instead of trading him. Because if you're going all in this year, imagine lining up him and Montgomery in the backfield and Gibbs out wide. You just go all in, man. Could have had it.
3 running backs?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what the debate really is. The debate might be still have DeAndre Swift and Jalen Carter instead of taking Gibbs with that first pick. The problem with DeAndre Swift isn't that he isn't talented. And yes, he rushed for 175 yards last night on 28 carries. It's whether or not he can play a full season.
Yeah. No one's questioned his talent. He's an amazing talent. Can you stay healthy?
Yep.
He looked like a little bit of a different running back last night. He was making the cutbacks and going back to the middle, whereas with the Lions, he was being criticized because he would just run outside and go out of bounds.
He had a couple last night where I was again going, I don't know. Look, he's talented. I think he doesn't have the best vision for the field. And he still rushed for 175 yards.
He was pretty good.
And I don't know if there's a player in the league that's had it better as far as offensive lines he's gotten to run past behind on 2 different teams.
No. To go from Detroit's offensive line to Philly's offensive line is that's a wealth of riches.
Yep. Nordo, you're on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Nordo?
Oh, thanks for taking my call, man. I've been waiting for a long time. So I'm originally from Flint, but lived in NorCal, called you guys all the time. But I'm in Brighton. I'm a diehard Lions fan. In fact, my second daughter, I was trying to make it into a boy that was a Leo named Leo. If I ever have a boy, they'll be named Leo. But the real point I want to make is, number one, Gator, I agree with you. I love the draft, but boy, Jalen Carter looked good. Number two, I want them to win so bad on Sunday, but I'm afraid of the celebratory curse. It seems like every time a team does some kind of, brouhaha celebratory, like the statue for Barry, that team loses, kind of like KC did, kind of like New England did, kind of like we did last year with Miami, in the Benny Blades thing. Anytime a team goes and shows off honoring some old player, that team loses. And then lastly, what the hell with Jansen vision last week? And watching Jansen
it's funny,
play with the teleprompter is not good TV.
I heard about that. It got messed up in post-production. If you want to see it, it's on YouTube. and it's all straightened out. But there was a problem with the post-production where John's, if people don't know what Jansen Vision is, it's Inside Michigan Football. John has an iPad and can use a telestrator on certain plays. Somehow, some way, it got left out. I talked to the producers about it because I didn't hear about it till later in the week, and they said, yeah, in post-production, something went wrong, and they had to correct it and put it back on YouTube. And hopefully it'll never happen again. But I heard that basically you saw John and I standing there.
On the curse, do you guys have any research, or have you looked at it? Is there any stat on, like, when teams do a pregame celebration, like how often they actually lose that game? Because it seems like every time I see it, the team loses.
I don't know that there's research. I suppose we could Google it. I'm not sure that anybody's keeping that statue to win ratio. And yes, for people who don't know what he's referencing, Barry Sanders, a statue of Barry gets unveiled tomorrow, actually, but fans, it's a private ceremony, but then Sunday, fans will get to see it. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We'll get to some college football, Michigan and Michigan State with games. All three directional schools in action this weekend with their hands full. At least two of them.
Foreshadowing.
Well, I mean, two of them are playing ranked opponents. So, anyway, all that coming up next hour, plus Lions calls, feedback. You got it, all of it. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Friday in Detroit, a football Friday, and we've had a lot of football talk throughout the show. Mostly Lions related. We'll get to some college stuff this hour. But let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Bob next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hi, guys. I wanted to make sense of why the defense gets the ball when it's batted out.
Okay, hey, just Bob, let me reset it for people who just tuned in. Typically, new audience at lunch. We just said that we don't understand the rule, and it was enforced last night, and it is the rule. When Justin Jefferson fumbled on the 1 yard line, the ball actually went over the pylon out of bounds. And when the ball is fumbled by the offense out of the end zone anywhere, it goes to the defense on the 20-yard line. And mostly Kang and I, and a little bit of Gator, find this to be extraordinarily curious and overly punitive to the offense. But anyway.
So help us explain it away.
Yeah.
All right, so if you look at the football field, it's 3 different zones. You've got the end zones, and you've got the middle of the field, which is a neutral field. And then the end zones belong to either the offense or the defense. So when that ball goes through the defensive zone untouched, it becomes property of the defense. And, I mean, to me, it kind of makes sense because you're protecting that end zone, and that ball is loose and goes through your end zone, so it becomes your ball.
I can buy it.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best explanation I've heard. I still think it's too punitive to the offense. I think it's too rewarding for the defense, but I guess that makes sense.
Well, but if it happens to your team, it's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I try not to just judge it on whether or not it's only good or bad for my team on a specific instance.
Or whether I wagered on the game or not.
What? Right.
Or if it's helped me with fantasy purposes. You know?
Right.
So that's the way I look at it, and I think that's what the rule's written for. So, but who knows?
Yeah. Thank you for the phone call.
Hey, you got the yards.
My only thing to that would be, which I appreciate the people trying to help us, Doug. I guess
We've had
mostly
a lot of
me and
feedback,
you. Yeah,
I've noticed.
I'm open to it, but isn't it considered like the 5-yard line Vikings 5-yard line as well, or the other team, the defensive 5-yard
It's
line?
their side of the field.
Yeah. So is that their property too, or their land, or I don't know. I still find the rule kind of weird. It's just, I agree, overly punitive and overly rewarding to one side.
All right, so college football coming up tomorrow, 5 o'clock in East Lansing. Just a reminder, Spartan fans planning on watching this game, you've been peacocked this week, and you have to subscribe to Peacock. Hopefully you have a smart TV. If you don't, find someone who does. But just a heads up, Gator pointed out it is only $3.99 a month. I know some
$3.99 or $4.99, I forget which, but yeah.
Yep.
And it was really easy. You know, if you got in Xfinity, you just speak into your remote, say Peacock. It shows up on the screen after a few seconds, and then it really just walks you through. It's like 2 steps to you just pressing a button like twice to get it. Because it just charges your account rather than you having to go into the rigmarole of sending your email address and all that stuff.
Also, Spartan fans, you'll have access to in-stadium alcohol. I believe this is the first game that they're selling alcohol at Spartan Stadium.
I saw some report the other day that there were like 900 cases of from Budweiser that were being brought in. So they're getting ready for it.
Yep. So some things to get used to. All right, and as far as I know, you asked on your show sheet, Gator, is there a path to victory? So it's going to be difficult. Let's start with that. A lot of times, the anatomy of an upset includes a huge play on special teams. The Spartans come up with a big play on special teams, a block punt, a big return, something of that nature. Does Washington cough one up on special teams? Give Michigan State a short field. So that's one thing is try and win that facet of the game. I mean, you try to win every facet of the game. Washington is not a 50-50 offense. They've thrown for 944 yards in 2 games and rushed for 187. And we always hear the phrase, sell out to stop the run and make them beat you through the air. Gator, is this the opposite? Sell out to stop the pass and make them beat you on the ground?
I think that it's going to be a lot of you're hoping Michigan State's pass rush can get to the quarterback. And they've got players that can get there. Doesn't look like Jacoby Windman's going to be playing, but they've got others that can. Bogle is a guy that they really like. They've got a bunch of guys, and defensively they can get after it. You're going to see a lot of play from the linebackers going in there, blitzing. Cal Halliday is going to have to get in there. Jordan Hall is going to get his opportunities to get in there. But they're going to have to get in there quick. Penix can make great decisions. He's a really good quarterback. He's one of the top 10 quarterbacks coming out after this season. He shredded Michigan State last year. He has shredded the two opponents this year. He's completed 73% of his passes. He knows what he's doing. He's awfully good. But this is the real test for Michigan State's defense. It's an improved defense, but how improved is it? We'll find out tomorrow. I think that they can get home a few times, but will it be enough? The other thing is you got to score. You got to do your part. And Michigan State's offense, it's looked okay, but it's not like awe-inspiring offense. Like, here we go. Can't wait. And it's a little bit of a work in progress, but I like what Noah Kim has done. He's taking care of the football. He throws a nice pass. I think he makes good decisions. Nathaniel Carter as a running back has shown he's got a little something different. This is a guy that he's at full speed right away, and he's got cutting ability, and he's got home run power once he hits the open field. I really like what Nathaniel Carter is. But they're going to have longer, sustained drives that keeps Penix and that offense from Washington off the field. There's absolutely a path to victory. They're going to be playing for each other, and there's going to be this whole unity theme that's been going on all week while Mel Tucker is away from the team and probably done with the team. But they can get this ship back on in the right direction. They've got, I think, the right guy in the interim to do it. I don't think he's necessarily a long-term solution at head coach, but I think in the interim, it's a good hire. Bringing D'Antonio back should have some kind of a calming influence on the head coach. Not necessarily the team, but I think on the head coach, because I got to believe Harlan Barnett right now is all jacked up about what's going to happen. And he's been a guy to keep his emotions in check for the most part. But, I mean, it's his first opportunity to coach the team that he's always wanted to coach. In the end, it's probably too much Washington in this game, but it's going to tell us a lot about what Michigan State is moving forward, because I think this is a better team than people want to give them credit for, but Washington's one of the better teams in college football.
So, yeah, they've got their defense has done the job, been rather impressive against Tulsa and Boise. And Roma Dunze, I don't know if you remember him from a year ago, number one, their wide receiver. Yeah. He is back, and he is probably their best go-to weapon to be leery of. So, Spartan fans, do you see a path to victory? And what is it? 248-539-9797. Michigan fans, the Wolverines got a to-do list. We'll start running that down. And Gator, I've really perfected the art of somewhat random and borderline interesting facts about college football, including one today I'll present coming up at 12:20. Yep. I think we got a first here.
Look at you.
Going on in our state. Probably got a first here. We'll get to that at 12:20. Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's never going to be the same when you transform your outdoor space with Trex composite decking from Builders First Source. Look, the summer is just about over, but I'm telling you, you still got plenty of time to enjoy that deck. It's fade, stain, scratch, and mold-resistant Trex composite decking from Builders First Source gives you a maintenance-free, ageless look, whether you're looking to build it yourself or maybe you just need a referral for a Trex-certified installer. Builders First Source has got you covered. With decking for every budget, make the most of outdoor living with Builders First Source. They've got 2 locations in Clinton and Shelby Townships. Builders First Source, it's Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
Urge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The 2 most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number 1 team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number 1 team to have Coach of the Year. the hype team, the it team, hard knock siblings, Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night, marching to Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over. Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number.
Hey,
yeah, buddy?
Yeah, I just noticed some negative feedback coming in today about Brighton. There's one guy. It was one guy.
From Clawson.
No. I'm saying it was one guy from Brighton that called.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. But it was the guy from Clawson who started calling out on that.
No, there's been more. A lot more in feedback. I just haven't put all of them through.
Yeah, I don't.
Brighton's under attack.
Yeah, but it just, I want to speak up on behalf of that community. I don't know that there is a particularly high percentage of
jerks.
Yeah, I don't want to name call here, but
it was weird they didn't just call Chris out because that was his name, the caller's name. They would call out Brighton as well. It was like,
I got an email here where the subject is Brighton, and then the bulk of the email is Brighton sucks, and that's it. I'm like, hey.
Been to Brighton. I enjoy Brighton. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Nice little community there.
Yeah. Nice
Lots of bars,
downtown,
restaurants.
Nice little downtown.
Yeah, it's a nice, really
Hell of a
nice.
high school baseball player.
I don't think I've ever been.
Yeah, actually, I mean, all seriousness, it's a nice little downtown area they have there.
It is. It's more than just the confluence of 23 and 96.
It is,
It is
absolutely.
way more than that.
Yeah.
You know it for that, but it is.
Now, once you get
got
there,
a lot more going on.
It's like a mini Royal Oak.
Yep.
Well, after hearing Chris's call, I ain't going to Brighton.
Did you see who bought Mount Brighton, by the way?
I didn't realize it was for sale.
Yeah. Same people that own Vail.
See what they're doing? They're going to build it up.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Well, I think they've owned it for a while.
Olympic size ski mountain is what they're going to turn it into.
Well, I mean, the Vail people have owned it for a decade, but it just seemed like a weird purchase to me. But okay. So we mentioned Spartan game. Michigan's more in a to-do list kind of place, like get the run game going. Talking with Sharon Moore this week. They don't have major concerns yet. It is something they want to get going because, quite frankly, it's been the key to beating Ohio State the last 2 years. Now, you can't beat Ohio State on September 15th, nor should you try. But it's something you definitely want to have in your attack, the ability to run the football when you get to that game at the end of November. And it hasn't been vintage per se. I mean, Blake Corum is averaging 6 yards a carry or over 6 yards a carry. So that's fine. Hasn't been a lot of big plays. I mean, we might be a little bit warped if the standard was set last year in the Ohio State game, which was obviously at the end of that game especially really put on a show. The last 2 Ohio State games as they went on, Michigan. I have to go back and look. I'm not sure Michigan has more than one pass attempt in the fourth quarter of the last 2 Ohio State games because they've just been able to run the game and run out the clock. I talked about the anatomy of an upset on special teams. How about this? Since I think it's the 2021 season, Bowling Green has blocked 11 kicks. That is number 1 in the country.
It's a lot of blocks.
And you might have thought that Jake Moody won Special Teams Player of the Year a year ago, perhaps. No. It was Payshawn Wimberly from Toledo, who plays for Bowling Green, who blocked 3 punts himself last year. I don't know who. It just says on his media bio he won 2022 National Special Teams Player of the Year. And they got a running back, Terrion Stewart, he's 5'9", 225 pounds, and I think 200 of the 225 pounds are in his thighs.
Yeah, that's usually how it works.
He has not missed leg day.
These little bowling balls that just go out there and get yards.
All right,
hard
buddy.
to bring down.
Are you ready for a completely meaningless fact that might be borderline interesting?
Now, you know that I am.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to ask me that. I'm down for this.
I'm sorry.
I apologize for pointing.
It's okay. It doesn't bother me. Washington comes to town tomorrow to take on Michigan State.
That's correct.
And they are quarterbacked by who, Gator?
Michael Penix.
Michael Penix, who once quarterbacked what Big Ten school?
Indiana.
Bowling Green comes to town to play Michigan tomorrow. They are quarterbacked by who?
I don't know.
Connor Bazelak, who last year quarterbacked Indiana. And on Michigan's roster, the first quarterback off the bench last week was who? Jack Tuttle.
There you go, Jack Tuttle.
Who spent the last few years quarterbacking Indiana. That's right. The 2 Big Ten schools tomorrow will feature 3 quarterbacks who all started for Indiana in the past 4 years. Take that for data.
Take that for data, indeed.
Now, interesting? Perhaps not. Coincidental? Yeah, I guess that would qualify as coincidental. That was not a note I was going to use during the game, but it is something through my research.
Are you emptying the bucket before?
No, I'm not, because I wasn't going to.
Oh, please.
I wasn't going to use that during the game.
That's what's so great is if you think that's useless.
Oh, I got useless stuff for you this week.
Hold my beer.
Yep. So I got a challenge, too. I mentioned the directional schools. UMass is playing at Eastern. Winnable game for Chris Creighton and the boys. Western Michigan is at the vaunted Brian Ferentz offense at Iowa. Central Michigan is at Notre Dame. Should we see if Costa...
Is he going to shoot the boot for the Notre Dame game?
Should we double check on that?
I think he's good.
You think so?
I think he's good, yeah.
Okay. All right. I just wanted... I mean, we could call him and ask him.
Could.
Yeah.
Could, yeah. Notre Dame looks like they could be real.
Yeah, they do. Sam Hartman, man, you might recall during the summer we told the story about Sam Hartman's rib. that he was the one that had the surgery to have the rib removed.
Right.
Had to have it to clear up some blockage or something he had, and he had to have a rib removed. And he asked the doctors what's going to happen to the rib, and they said, "Oh, we're going to get rid of it." And he said, "Can I keep it?" And they turned it. He and his mom turned it into a necklace that he wears around.
He had to have his mom wash it, right?
Yeah, she was like some sort of nurse technician or something, and she had to clean it up and I don't know, fossilize it or whatever that you do with that.
Mom, can you wash my do my laundry and wash my rib?
So they turned this into this puka shell necklace with a feature piece.
Come on, what is this, 2003?
I know, right? But that's what it looks like. And the feature piece in the middle is this actual rib. And he wears it around.
That's strange.
But he's a hell of a good quarterback. And
he
Notre
is.
Dame,
And I remember at Wake Forest, I was like, I don't like the way that he throws the football. It just looks like he's got this funny kind of motion. And I'm not fully buying into him, but I should, because the numbers back it up. He was awfully efficient at Wake Forest. He's a good quarterback. I can't take that away from him. There's something about him. But he's good enough there. They've got talent there. The running back is outstanding. Their offensive line is outstanding. And their coach is a defensive specialist. So the defense is going to be coming along here too. Notre Dame might have a really good season.
They might. They seem to have the ability to play man ball with a quarterback that can throw it over the top if necessary.
Man ball.
He's
Well, in related news, guys, Zach Wilson's thinking about having his rib removed.
We're going to get to watch his mom wash the rib?
I'll watch his mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll watch his mom's friends too.
Wow.
What? They're gonna be there.
He might need to resort to that. Although he actually kind of looks like a puka shell necklace guy.
Yeah, 100%. Just add another one.
Hey, back off.
Why, you got a puka shell necklace?
No. Why are you ripping on Zach Wilson?
We're trying to help him.
Leave him alone.
Yeah.
Leave him alone.
We're trying to help him.
It's going to be fine.
Is he?
Against Dallas's defense? Might not be a good game.
Hand the ball off.
Yeah, right.
That's what you need to do.
Yep.
Run the football. That's what they did effectively against Buffalo. That's what they'll do this week. Run the ball.
Yeah.
Breece Hall is your friend. Dalvin Cook is your friend.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not like he's calling the plays. Hopefully the Jets offensive coordinator knows it, but
yeah, hopefully Nathaniel Hackett will figure this out.
Mm-hmm.
He's not Aaron Rodgers. We're going to have to throw it. We're going to have to run it.
Other things, you asked the question in your show sheet, is there a marquee game in college football this week?
It doesn't feel like it, does it?
No, I'm trying to figure out what games. I mean, look, what's really going to test the power of Coach Prime is they have a Saturday night 10 o'clock kick against Colorado State.
Well, he's hyped it up pretty good.
Well,
with, I guess, comments that the Colorado State coach made.
Yeah, which is when I talk to adults, I take my hat and glasses off and sunglasses off. And Prime went and told his team they messed around and made it, and he stopped talking. They all yelled, personal.
Right. Whatever works for him, man, it works.
Sure does.
Right? And I mean, Colorado is a big, heavy favorite in this game, over 20 points.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Jay Norvell, former Iowa safety, talking mess.
Right now, checks that his body can't cash.
Can I give you, I'll give you a game to kind of keep an eye on. It's just a game. There are no marquee games, but here's one to keep an eye on. Penn State at Illinois. Got a sneaky suspicion about this one.
Oh, boy. So do I, but not in that direction.
I'm just saying. That's one that I would keep an eye on.
Are there any top 25 matchups?
No.
Wow, there really isn't.
No. Next week's schedule is pretty good. Feature game being
you got Ohio
State, Notre Dame, and I think Penn State might be at Iowa next weekend. Is that right? Yeah, Penn State's hosting Iowa.
The big game might be Colorado State, just because, Deion's bringing all the ratings in. Do you think they shake hands after the game, after what was said?
They should.
Yeah, I mean,
Please don't be that guy.
I don't know. It got personal.
It did it got personal.
Well, then you can go up and you can do the quick handshake and walk away. You don't have to sit there and engage. We've all seen the icy handshake. Do that. That's fine. But don't not shake hands. Here's a game that I'm interested in.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio State hosting Western Kentucky.
Western Kentucky's
got some offense, man.
Yes, and that's a big number.
Yeah, they're up by Ohio State's favored by 29.5 in this game. Let's see what's there. They've settled on their quarterback. There's no quarterback controversy. Who's going to start? Ohio State's got their starting guy now. Does that mean that now we're going to see what Ohio State is supposed to be? Or are they the team that scored 35 points last week?
Well, a little bit of foreshadowing. I might be looking at that game.
Oh.
I also might be 6-0 in college.
Oh, wow.
Well, but only because you brought it up. Gator.
Yeah, right. Did I?
All right, 248-539-9797. We talked about what to expect on Sunday when Seattle has the ball. What about when Detroit has the ball? We'll get to that today. 12:35, open line calls, 97.1. Hey, we were tired of running out of hot water in our house, so we called CGC Water. They installed a Navien tankless water heater, and we love it.
Mel Tucker
now we're enjoying
the
as much
dumbest
hot water
human
as we
being to
need.
ever walk the
When
face of the
house
earth.
full of kids, we need a
He's
lot.
a character
Maximize
out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah, and 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and I don't want to go over every granular detail. You heard it in the mornings. You heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are, instead of getting angry, say thank you.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy. And his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach. Harlan Barnett makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want it turned over to one of the coordinators. I have no issue at all with it being Harlan. In fact, I'm very happy for him.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well on this Friday. Busy show so far. Coming up next hour, the part of the show where we pick the outcome of football games on the weekend. That's at 1:39. In the meantime, back to the Lions here. As we want to continue with the college football talk, feel free at 248-539-9797. Spartan fans, what's the path to victory? Michigan fans, what's on your to-do list? But when the Lions actually have the football, this is the biggest key to the game, in my opinion. I am sure that Seattle will come back with a renewed dedication to try and put pressure on Jared Goff. Last week, Seattle played somebody that I would not describe as the most mobile of quarterbacks. His name is Matthew Stafford. But they barely made him sweat. They pressured him little and only hit him twice the whole game. The whole game. And Stafford threw for 334 yards. Last year, Seattle finished 31st in the league in blitz percentage. They only blitzed on 15.2% of defensive snaps. In week one, they upped that to 30.8%. Were credited with 2 quarterback hits and 1 hurry. That's it. Which, I mean, given the Lions' offensive line, they may be without Taylor Decker. But the one thing we know about Jared Goff is if you give that man time, he will dissect your secondary.
Yes, he will.
And Seattle did not pressure Matthew Stafford. Now, you go back to the drawing board, right? You go back to the lab and you come back and you figure out how to improve on your deficiencies. And Pete Carroll's no dummy, and he pretty damn good coach. I expect Seattle to either come with more exotic blitzes or pass rush packages, whatever it's going to be, because if they don't get to Jared Goff, he will dissect them defensively. I mean, hell, he did a year ago. But this is a team that in week one had virtually no pass rush.
No, they didn't, but it's not to say they didn't have good defensive performances. And we talked early in the week, Bobby Wagner had 18 tackles in the game. Now, you don't have an opportunity to have 18 tackles in a game unless your defense is on the field entirely too much, and that's what the case was. The top 2 tacklers were linebackers, Wagner and Brooks, and between them they had 30 tackles. So I don't suspect it'll be the same type of effort from their defense this week where they're on the field that much. But I also don't expect Seattle to be up to the task of what they're going to see against the Lions at Ford Field. The atmosphere is going to be incredible. The Lions have a massive chip on their shoulder that they have really cultivated this week to remind everybody about the revenge factor. Remember what this team did 2 years ago. Remember what this team did last year. That's 99 points in 2 years, in 2 games. This is a revenge game for the Lions. Oh, this is the team that kept us out of the playoffs. Remember that? Yeah. The Rams had won, and we beat Green Bay. We were in, but we're not. Why? Seattle. And then they had the gall to say, thank you, Lions, for knocking out the Packers. There's a lot of the outside football stuff that goes in the Lions' favor. Like I said, the crowd, and then, of course, what's the revenge factor, all that. But the game's played by the players, and the Lions have better players. They're going to line up. Seattle is not the team that they were when they beat the Lions last year early in the season. It's a totally different team. It's a team that kind of flailed at the end of the season. They flailed to start this season. They've got good running backs. Charbonnet and Walker are really good running backs. But are they going to have enough of an opportunity to do anything with it if they're not on the field? You talk about how few plays they had. And they threw the ball 26 times and ran the ball 18 times. That's 44 plays. That's nothing in an NFL game. So they've got their issues. And I think the Lions will exploit that. I'm curious to see what the Lions' point of attack is going to be. Are you going to try to, if the two guys that really carried the water for that defense were linebackers, are you going to use the tight end to kind of flush those guys out and then play action can take over, or are they going to be able to run against this team? I think another thing goes in the Lions' favor is something that happened last night. You watch the Philadelphia Eagles, and former Lion DeAndre Swift went off. 175 yards. He was great. It looked like he was getting like 9 yards a carry for a while. Every time he carried the ball was for like 8 or 9 yards, and then he busted a couple of long runs as well. I don't think that's lost on anybody here, that's a former Lion. Mm-hmm. And certainly not lost at the folks in Allen Park. And after 1 week of the season, everybody was asking about Jahmyr Gibbs. We want to see more Jahmyr Gibbs. Want to see more Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm not saying it's the sole reason, but I'm going to say I think it might be an influencing factor. Seeing what Swift did, it may just reinforce what they were going to plan all along, that we're going to see more Jahmyr Gibbs. But I just have the feeling that they're going to try to make a statement with the running game as a whole. Lions can run the ball, and they're going to run the ball, and they're going to run it right down their throats. And I think that the fans want to get behind this, because the fans watching last night were like, oh, wait, Swift, damn it. Like I said, don't misquote me on this. It's not the sole reason.
I was about to say, because this is one of the wackiest theories you've ever come to the air with.
I think it's an influencing
their game plan
factor.
is in well before the Thursday night game is played.
Let me say this. I think they would love to see their running backs show up like Swift did last night. I think they would love to see that, and so that there's no second guessing going on. And they're not second guessing. They feel ultra confident in it. But Dan Campbell answered questions all week about, are we going to get more Jahmyr Gibbs? Are we going to get more Jahmyr Gibbs? And he was flippant with the morning show the other day about it. I think we're going to see a lot more Jahmyr Gibbs, and I think he's going to be on display.
So the Lions offense was on the field for 70 snaps last week. Do you know how many snaps Jahmyr Gibbs played?
I don't think he played that many.
19.
Yeah.
In those 19 snaps that he was on the field for, he had 7 carries and was targeted twice in the passing game. So it's a pretty high percentage of when he was on the field, he got the football, or at least was targeted. And he got the football as both passes to him were caught. And Ben Johnson was asked about it yesterday, the Lions offensive coordinator, and he said, look, we're going to get Gibbs going as he gets more comfortable. But they also have a ton of faith in David Montgomery.
Yeah. Well, Montgomery had over 20 carries.
And look, in the NFL, there isn't a whole lot of games where you say, okay, we're gonna do this because we want to get it going. You have to do everything you can to win. It's not like college where you got some opponents where you're like, okay, this is a game where we want to work on something and try and establish this for later, so we can use it later in the year. So I'm not sure that you can just go into a game saying, let's get Gibbs going. But if he's getting more comfortable, his practice and his comfort in that offense will afford him more opportunities.
Well, the running game is so key for the Lions offense to get going, because if you start running the football, then the play action is even better. And we know that Jared Goff's numbers with play action passing are off the charts, how good he is with it. I mean, it makes him an amazing quarterback, not just a good quarterback, but amazing where his numbers are at. They have to be able to run the ball. If they can't run the ball on Sunday, that could be a difficult situation for the Lions, which is hard for me to say because I don't think the Rams ran it particularly well last week. Yet they handled Seattle without much of an issue, but they were able to throw it for over 300 yards.
Your phone calls next. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
So my favorite place to go to, without question, is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. You want to watch a sporting event, there's no better place in town than to head to downtown Berkeley, to 24 seconds. They've got the amazing food, the best wings in town, and drink specials are all day, every day. Plus, they got the Lions shuttle bus. It's back for all the home games. You want to save the hassle of driving and parking? Well, book your seat right now. Those seats are going to fill up. And we do have a home game on Sunday. It makes it so convenient. And for MSU and U of M games, you get $4 drafts of Miller Lite and Coors Light. For Lions games, at the bar, you get $4 drafts of Miller Lite. And for Tiger games, you get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. It's outstanding. Plus, they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Summer's winding down, but the rooftop deck is still there. It's still a great place to hang out with your friends and just relax right there in the heart of downtown Berkeley. They've also got trivia nights. That's on Thursdays, up on the deck as well. Go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram for all the great contests they have. If you want a party or any event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work. Every seat when you go there is a fantastic seat. Check it out for yourself. Service is great. Food's even better. My favorite place to go. Grab a taste of the action yourself. It's 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
On that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier,
in front of Gibson.
Yeah,
and they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because it took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
I mean, maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin, very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing that you got to know, and every punter, every kicker is taught, use the sideline as an extra defender.
Mm-hmm.
He overplayed it and got beat by a better athlete going back inside, and that's when you hear the
John Jansen with his Sam Martin imitation.
Yes.
Pick some football games today at 1:39. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls.
Aaron Rodgers.
We go to John on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, John?
Hi there.
Hey, John.
How are you?
We're good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Hey, I just wanted to let everybody know how great me and my wife were treated when we went to Arrowhead last week. You know, we rolled in there all geared up, and we weren't sure, but I can't tell you the amount, how many times we heard "Welcome to Arrowhead, welcome to Arrowhead." Not one bad word, none of us, and it was just amazing. And I hope we do the same this week if Seattle shows up at all, their fans. Welcome to Ford Field. That's all you got to say, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, John, I've talked about this literally for years. I've been in situations on the road where the opposing fans were absolute Neanderthals and treated the visitors like absolute dog crap. And I've encouraged fans forever to not be that guy. And then yesterday, I made the comment because the video went viral of that fight in the Washington. I don't even know who they were playing, but it was a Ravens fan and a Commanders fan got in a fight at the Commanders game. They weren't playing each other, but it got out of control. Like there are people that are going to go to NFL games on Sunday. They're going to end up in court. And it seems like it happens every week. It's just walk away. Nobody regrets walking away when things could get out of control, and just walk away. And there's so many.
I just thought it was so classy, you know.
It is.
It was just so. It was so classy to hear, man. Welcome to Arrowhead. I was just blown away by it.
I hear you. And it's honestly, it's more fun. It's more fun when you treat the other fans good and just have a fun back and forth, which doesn't. I mean, look, trash talk, playful trash talk. I'm not a trash talker, and some people are, and I'm not even into playful trash talking, as people put it. But there's.
All it takes is the wrong person in the wrong place.
Yep.
You know, you get
Love
cross
you guys.
fans. Yeah. Thanks a lot, John. We appreciate it. I mean, you get you place a fan that's in one of those guys that wants to put it in your face and point fingers and all that, and you sit next to another fan who wants to do the same thing. You're going to spark something, and it's going to be ugly. And it doesn't need to be that way. It's just football. Let's show some decorum.
Yeah, I don't know that this warning needs to be given to Detroiters. I think we're okay. Silverdome days. Yeah, and it's not always fan base on fan base crime. Sometimes it's self-loathing, and you get into it with a Lions fan. But
well, it all starts with alcohol.
Frequently. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brian next. Hi, Brian.
Hey, how you guys doing today? Love the show.
Well, we're doing well.
Just wanted to comment on the use of Gibbs this weekend against Seattle. I don't think that Swift going off, and I love that for him, going off in front of his hometown fans. He had a great game Thursday night. I don't think that's going to dictate Ben Johnson's game plan coming Sunday.
I don't think it dictates it. I just say I think there might be a little bit of influence. I think the bigger influence is that you want to get the guy more involved in the game because he was 9 plays last week. I hope it's a heck of a lot more than
19 plays.
Sorry, 19
right.
plays.
No, I agree. I think we might just be holding out on showing exactly what Gibbs is capable of until – and it's weird to even think that the Lions are in a position to do that. But if they can handle the game and handle Seattle without having to unleash Gibbs for 25, 30 touches – I think they'll do that until later in the season.
Well, I think it really comes down to exactly what Ben Johnson said, and that is we're going to give him as much as he can handle. He's still a rookie, and there's still only so much you could do with him, and it's exciting what he might be capable of here. But the bottom line is, you can't overdo it. You can't force feed a guy just because it's exciting. You got to try and find a way to win the game, and if that includes taking advantage of a skill set, great. But I don't think you get him the football just to get him the football. Win the game.
I agree. That's we're on the same page. That's what I was thinking. Appreciate you guys taking my call. Love the show. Go Lions.
Hey, I suspect if he's everything we expect him to be, Jahmyr Gibbs will get used plenty this year.
Yeah.
But it's awfully predictable that it'll be later in the year more so than right out of the gate in his rookie season, especially when you have a capable veteran back.
As a rookie, you are still learning things.
248-539-9797. James is next. Hi, James. James, are you there? Sounds like it.
James.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
What's up?
Yeah. I just wanted to say, guys, I'm surprised, Gator, you condoning this, but, I mean, why you guys condoning these masks, man? I mean, that's not good for Detroit, man.
Well, I'm the one who's not condoning the masks. I'm not condoning it all. James, actually,
I don't think it's cool, man. I'm a black man. I don't think it's cool.
All right. I don't think it's cool either. I said yesterday when we found out this was kind of a thing, so I'm not comfortable with it. The only way I can see to embrace it that I think it is kind of cool, and Kang brought this up, and that was that if it's used as kind of a turnover mask, if the Lions get a turnover, if they pick off a pass or create a fumble, throw the mask on. It's like thievery out there on the field. I love that idea, but just the idea of wearing the ski mask in general, I don't like it.
I don't like it either, man.
So a couple things about it. At first I was like, what do I think of this? And then I remembered the Raiders' black hole, where they dress up like pirates and who were known for rape and pillage, and everybody kind of embraces that. And so I feel like we should be allowed to do it if we want. The truth is, ski masks, I don't know if this is true for everyone, but they're not comfortable. And wearing them constantly for a 60-minute football game sounds like insanity to me, indoors.
We can't get people to wear a mask to walk into a grocery store.
But if you can put the mask on after a turnover, it makes sense. I like the concept of the turnover mask.
Well, because you guys already mentioned the obvious. It's not comfortable to wear that thing for a very long time, let alone an entire football game. So I don't think we'll have that to be concerned about. But I do want to mention today, Dan Campbell was asked about the ski mask thing, and he actually told the reporters that he went to C.J. Gardner-Johnson and said, hey, just remember, we want to make it a friendly family atmosphere for people. So as much as I think this is a cool rallying call, and I understand the people that are not comfortable with it, I don't think it's going to be as big as a problem as it could be. I think it's you wear it, you bring it, but no one's going to keep it on for the entire time.
Put it on after the Lions defense gets a turnover, and I don't know if that idea is going to catch on either. But honestly, try wear one of those for an entire football game. You'll be miserable. I would be.
People were saying, Valenti was saying yesterday, put it on for third downs. But yeah, people are going to put it on for maybe a certain occasions, but there's no way they're just going to keep this thing on.
Wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I don't think it's got staying power.
We asked people about whether or not that, it's okay if you still don't trust this team. It's okay if you haven't been able to shake sort of an SOL feeling in the back of your mind. We did get a call right away that triggered people, but it was before we even brought it up. We try to be as friendly a place as we can be for dissenting opinions. We got some feedback that has come in on Chris from Brighton, but also people who can't shake just a feeling of pending doom. From an unnamed texter, I'm one of those guys too. The wounds from having my heart yanked out of my chest is finally starting to heal, but I'm still very leery. Next one, Chris sounds like he's upset with the culture of the Lions. He doesn't like the masks and all the trash talk, just a miserable SOB that wants them to fail because he's not happy with himself. That's from an unnamed texter. Good morning, writes an unnamed texter.
Good morning.
I worry about Pete Carroll. The team plays for that guy. He has signed up some very good former Lions in the past. Will take more than crowd noise to beat the Seahawks, of course.
Well, they didn't really show up last week against the Rams. Is this an up-down theory game?
My feeling. You know my feeling on up-down theory.
My theory on it.
It applies to the middle of the league, which is the bulk of the league, but not the top teams and not the bottom teams.
Do you think the Lions are one of the top teams?
I'm hoping.
So you're still skeptical.
I'm still skeptical that one of the top teams in the league. I'm not skeptical that they're different. I think they're absolutely.
Let me ask you this, Caton, because you're kind of an expert in the up-down theory.
Well, I subscribe to it.
Because I heard a little bit of a caveat from Stoney after all the discussion yesterday about it. Because I always thought up-down theory was it affected the total, like the team that played poorly one week wins the next week. right? It's not about covering. And Stoney was making it seem like it was covering the spread.
It's more about
It's like a
winning,
hedge.
but I think that's like the if you want to fall back on something, you could fall back. Well, they covered, right? For me, it's more about winning. And last night, the game between the Vikings and Eagles was a classic up-down. But, like you said, Doug, the good teams overcome up-down. Are Eagles considered one of the more elite teams?
That's why.
They won, right? If the Lions are going to be considered as one of the more elite teams in this conference, they should win. But it is an up-down theory. If they lose, people are going to go right to it and go, up-down.
Well, they're going to go up-down, or they're just going to say this is not a good team. It's not as good as you think it is.
No, but the reason up-down exists because there's so many teams in the middle. There's like really bad teams.
Right, which is my point. Is
and
so
really
the Lions,
good teams. And they could be the upper echelon of the middle of the pack. You know, like 10-7, 9-8.
This is all very confusing to me. 248-539-9797. All right. One of the more intriguing stories came to an end on Wednesday, and the man involved has spoken. We'll get to what he said. Today at 105, our picks at 139, 97.1 the ticket. Yep.
I'm watching this clip of Aaron Rodgers before the game, and he's dapping it up with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
Obviously, Rodgers full uniform. He's got the helmet on and everything. Like this is like I don't know, half an hour before game. I don't know when.
Minutes before.
Yeah, who knows, right? Timberlake's on the field in like sunglasses, a hat, dress casual. They dap it up together. Hey man, good luck tonight. Da da da. Whatever. Thanks for coming. Rodgers turns around to go to the tunnel, and Timberlake pats him on the butt. Now my question is, since he's in full uniform, is that just a thing? Could Rodgers turn around and tap Timberlake on the butt even though he's in casual clothes?
No, you have to be playing a sport in uniform.
Okay.
Yep.
But if you're in uniform, it's like, hey, that's just part of the good luck out there.
Yeah, I think that's when it's appropriate.
That about sums it up if you're a Jet fan. Good God. We're going to make this localized because I'm not coming on the air and going to ask you to feel bad for Jet fans. Nobody feels bad for Jet fans. Jet fans are the scourge of the earth. But I thought about the Jets and the Lions are kind of tied at the hip this year. They are. They're attached at the hip. The two most hyped teams in all of football. The Jets for the acquisition of Aaron Rodgers. Could he finally lift the curse? Could he finally deliver him to the promised land? And then the Leos. Number one team bet to make the Super Bowl. Number one team to have Coach of the Year. The hype team, the it team.
During the commercial, it was revealed the Gator is ready to cross the Rubicon. He's stepping through to the other side, people.
Might be affected by my hunger right now, too.
It's happened. It's happened.
Well, not yet. It's going to.
It's
right?
going to. He's declared that it is going to happen.
All right. Is there a day specifically?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it a one-day only thing?
I believe so.
I need to know the day.
You want to know it right now?
I need to know now.
It's September 18th.
Okay. So
That's Monday.
It is Monday. Thank you for helping me out. I was going with my fingers. 16, 17, 18. Today's the 15th.
Don't ever change, Scott.
Thank you.
And what is Monday, Kang?
It's National Cheeseburger Day.
And what is going on National Cheeseburger Day?
McDonald's will be offering double cheeseburgers for 50 cents.
50 cents. However, there's a catch.
Whoa, they're double cheeseburgers?
Yeah.
There's a catch. And that catch is?
You got to order through the app.
And Gator said,
I'm in.
Oh!
He's getting an app. He's going to do it.
I've got plenty of apps on my phone. I just don't have an app in McDonald's app.
He's getting the app.
What's the last app I put on this phone?
You said what is? Or?
Yeah, I'm looking at my phone. What's the last app that I put on there?
Is it Tropical Smoothie?
So
is it MySpace?
Wait, is it Napster? It's Napster, isn't it?
On my last page of apps, I have BetMGM. There's Chipotle is on there. ESPN is on there. Bally Sports. Minor League Baseball. And then we get the Cameo, Tropical Smoothie. The last one I did. This is funny. The last one. Ticketmaster is the last one.
For what?
Because I had to use Ticketmaster app to download tickets to my phone when I went to a Red Wings game.
It wasn't Harmony House?
Orange Julius?
This is big news, man. I'm
really
excited.
Is. Yeah. It really is.
Are you going to download it now over the weekend? You want to be prepared. You don't.
I do want to be prepared.
Yeah.
I don't want to wait.
Exactly.
Does this start a flood, though? The question is, does this mean he's going to get a bunch of apps?
I don't think so.
Does he realize the benefit of having the app?
I have apps. I use the app all the time for Tropical Smoothie Cafe.
You don't add apps.
Not normally.
No.
Play Store.
It's quite a breakthrough.
I love the McDonald's app.
Do you?
They got great deals on there, man, and you add up all these points to get free stuff. I'm going to look how many points I have right now.
Yep.
Yeah, it's free.
So wait a sec. What is your favorite fast food place?
Probably Taco Bell.
And you don't have their app?
No.
Dude.
I don't need the app. I go right through the drive-thru. I'm good.
Yeah, but you remember they had specials for people who use the app.
You just got it like a day in advance.
This is great. I can't wait, man. Monday.
It's a big day for you.
I can't believe they're double cheeseburgers for 50 cents. You told me, I thought you initially said they were cheeseburgers for 50 cents. I'm like, it's awesome. I love the McDonald's cheeseburger is one of my guilty pleasures.
You love the
I do it like
cheeseburger.
3 or 4 times a year. That's it. I freaking love those cheeseburgers.
And then what did he end up telling us, Doug? A story from high school.
Right. Yep. Sure. He immediately went to a story from high school about McDonald's cheeseburgers.
Yeah. How his buddy used to sneak in McDonald's cheeseburgers into the movie theater.
Into movie theaters. How many did he sneak in?
My friend Jason Ward brought 4 cheeseburgers in with him. And Jay's not a big guy.
No.
Like Jay was like...
He's wiry?
5'9", 150 pounds, 160 pounds, something like that. Maybe 160. But Jay would bring with him the 4 cheeseburgers, and he was a slow eater. It would take him forever.
It would take him the entire movie?
It did, basically.
Maybe ate him in the movie quarters.
But it worked.
Well, I would say I'm proud of you, but I guess I'm really not. I'm happy for you. He's got the McDonald's.
You just got it? Nice.
Do you have to open up an account? Is there going to be a password?
Oh, crap.
There's going to be a password.
I don't need one.
Because if there's going to be a password, he's not going to do it.
Yeah,
you have
sign in or sign
You might have
up.
to sign in the first time.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'll take care of it later.
Sign in the first time.
Maybe during the commercial break.
Well, congratulations.
Maybe during the commercial break. As opposed to on the air like what I've been doing.
Yeah.
All right.
Put the phone down.
Freaking apps.
Yeah.
All that for a double cheeseburger for 50 cents.
It's amazing.
Oh, I'll get my money's worth.
Yeah, there's
baby.
more.
Yeah.
It's amazing what finally motivated. I can't believe it wasn't the Mexican pizza. It's the double cheeseburger.
Because the Mexican pizza was only that you could get it a day earlier. That was it.
But correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't there always specials offered on apps that aren't made available to the general public?
Yes.
Yeah. So what if they had 50-cent Mexican pizzas?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you
They'd
might have
be
been
in
missing out for you.
They'd be in trouble. You're going to tell me they're going to Mexican pizza for 50 cents?
Oh, God.
If that were the case, I'd be all about it.
If there's Mexican pizza for 50 cents,
come on.
You're hosting solo.
So the part of this though was I'm hosting solo. Yeah.
There'll be a sign outside the Taco Bell I went to saying, "Sorry, we're sold out."
Mm-hmm.
Most depressing sign ever.
Those cardboard boxes stacked to the ceiling in his garage.
Mild sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Sporks.
Sporks. Sporks as far as the eye can see.
Looking at people's side eye that just eat it with their fingers. You got to use a spork or a fork. Yeah, that's right.
Don't let that happen. Taco Bell, do not make 50-cent Mexican pizzas available.
Don't do it.
You will regret. You will rue.
No,
there will be
don't
ruin.
do it. You don't want any part of that. Don't do it.
You can't handle this guy.
You don't want this.
He's about to F some Mexican pizzas up.
What's the limit on the 50-cent Mexican pizza? Sir, we don't have one. Right, but hypothetically, if you were to... Sir, you're aware the Mexican pizza is $4.25. Yeah, but if it were 50 cents, what would be the limit you guys... Sir.
He keeps hitting the plus button.
Right.
700, 800, 900,
more,
plus.
I mean, I'm thinking, like, what, you going to hit... You like the double cheeseburger, King?
Yeah, of course.
Are you going to hit it on Monday?
I'm not, we'll see. We'll see how the day goes.
Let's say it was just some random day and you happen to be like, oh, I feel like McDonald's, and you find out, 50-cent double cheeseburgers. How many are you getting?
I think it's only one per customer at Gator. I'm sorry.
Uninstall.
You're deleting the app?
No.
Is that it? It's just one?
Yeah.
No, let's get out of this.
Are you really deleting the app? Kang, why'd you tell him?
I don't want to lie to the guy. I can't lie to him. Come on. Oh, he's out.
It's unbelievable.
He was in.
I talked him in. I talked him out.
You're out. What? I mean, first taste is free, right? 50 cents for one. Limit one. One? The hell are you talking about? One? Do I have to keep driving around in this drive-thru to keep getting it?
You got to wait till
It's not a drive-thru, sir. It's through the app.
Well, you can do it through drive-thru too.
Jake, you're a
wait, we ain't gonna do it through the drive-thru.
Yeah, you just give them the code or whatever.
Screw that.
You say like my code's 1111.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, we know, sir. You were here 2 minutes ago. Crap.
Gator spent like $17 in gas driving around McDonald's to get a 50-cent.
It's worth it.
Jake, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, Jake.
It's calling to convince Gator to get the Taco Bell app. I have all the fast food apps, and McDonald's is like the best one. Wendy's is a pretty good one too, but Taco Bell has a reward system, and every 250 points, you get a free. You can redeem it for something free, and they got really good stuff on there. Well, I'm a UPS driver, and I took my lunch break at. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I just ran back to the truck.
I know, you're talking about Taco Bell. I get it. Yeah.
You're
watching Cops.
I took my lunch break at Taco Bell yesterday, and I redeemed it for like a burrito. I forget what it was. Oh, the cheesy 5-layer burrito.
There you go. Yeah.
And then McDonald's makes you wait 15 minutes in between redeeming your points. Well, yesterday I finished it. I was like, man, I'm still really hungry. Let me get on there and see if I can redeem another one. And you don't have to wait at Taco Bell. So I walked in.
Don't have to wait.
And I got a cheesy gordita crunch for free.
There you go.
I walked out, and I had a third reward, and I used it on like some chips and cheese real quick. So I used all 3 of my rewards yesterday.
Nice job.
On my lunch break, and it was awesome. So
all right, Jake.
I strongly urge you to get it.
I'll consider it.
Will you?
Better than this one time, one double cheeseburger, 50-cent crap. Limit one. One?
That's true about the McDonald's app, though. And I didn't know that about the Taco Bell app. That's a game changer, that you can just go right back and use another reward. McDonald's, you do have to wait 15 minutes after you use one.
What is that? You got to wait. I mean,
well, how long does it take
I got
you to
enough
eat
points where I can get the Big Mac, but I can't get a Big Mac and fries. I have to wait 15 minutes before I can get the fries.
If you want to use the rewards.
How long does it take you to eat one? Okay, so you get one, you pull a car over.
48 seconds.
Okay, well, that's a problem.
To eat a double cheeseburger? Wouldn't take long at all. And you know me, I don't eat that fast. Maybe a couple minutes. Then it's sitting there waiting 10 minutes for another one. Well, wait, hold on. My app isn't ready yet.
No.
And 15. And send. Submit order.
You know what you could do is get another phone.
Yeah, he won't get apps, let alone another phone,
Right.
dog.
I just got a text from my niece. The Taco Bell app is a game changer. Game changer.
You gonna do it?
I'd be more inclined to get the Taco Bell app. I mean, I did. I literally installed. You saw it.
I saw it. He did install
I
the
installed
McDonald's
the McDonald's
Can you
app,
show
but
me
then
the
you
screen
told me the
now?
crap.
Show me that it's gone. I need the evidence that it's gone.
This is the last page with Ticketmaster in the
It's gone.
It's gone.
And MySpace and Rax.
There's no MySpace.
248-539-9797. Hey, hold on to your glasses because we got some exciting news. In the world of vodka, Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage, has unveiled a stunning new bottle that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premium craftsmanship. But it's not just about the looks. It's what's inside that counts. Grab a bottle today. Experience the spirit that's captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka. It's a taste of excellence. Cheers.
Jets and Lions. And I thought about our opening night. March into Arrowhead, winning a thriller, gritty, gutty, ecstasy, the whole bit. And then you watch last night. There were more tickets for that game last night than when the Super Bowl was at MetLife Stadium.
Seriously?
Seriously. Jet fans were ready to roll. This was their time, their year, their opener against a divisional rival and Super Bowl team in the Bills. And their year lasted 4 plays. 4. Aaron Rodgers, dead. Achilles, dead. Zach Wilson, confused look on face, dead. No matter win or lose last night, their season is over. Yeah, I woke up to 56 text messages, and I'm going, all right, who's dead? And then you realize it's our head coach. So let's just get into it, and I can throw the number out. You know the number, 248-539-9797. Public service announcement. Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth. He's a character out of Idiocracy. When you read the story out of USA Today, to say there was a lack of judgment would say there was a degree of judgment at all. The pure idiocy of Mel Tucker.
Yeah, and 20 billion women in the world.
Yeah. It just, again, and
Okay.
I don't want to go over
One of the
every
big stories over the
granular
last
detail
couple of
here.
weeks was dude that broke out of the prison in Pennsylvania. And, I mean, he's a convicted murderer. I guess he also has a murder charge against him in Brazil. He's a bad dude.
He's a bad hombre.
Yeah, and we weren't rooting for him.
No.
By any stretch of the imagination. However, he did break out of prison, and I pretty much think that every guy has given it some thought. What would you do? How would you? You're on the run. Under these circumstances, you've been unfairly jailed, and there you see a break. And you make a break for it.
Somebody
See
left the
a
door open.
crack,
What do you do?
and you make a break for it. And now you're out, and you've got no help on the outside and no resources, just the clothes on your back. How do you escape capture?
I'm not telling you.
Yeah, right. So this dude managed 13 days. A perimeter was set up. They had overhead planes that could recognize human body heat scanning the
signals.
area, and
Which is how they caught him.
he lasted for 13 days before they caught him. And they caught him Wednesday morning, I think it was. Wednesday morning, 8 o'clock-ish. But authorities have had a chance to speak to him. And he has revealed some of what he did. Now, Kang, you have that story in front of you?
Yeah, I do.
I kind of asked you to save it for the air
Mm-hmm.
because I'm intrigued by this.
Yeah, so the investigators got to interview him, obviously, and he's actually kind of forthcoming with a lot of the stuff. That the first 3 days, he just hunkered down in an area that was very, very wooded and secluded, and he didn't move for the first 3 days.
3 days. So, let's.
He didn't eat for the first 3 days either. Obviously, he's not going anywhere.
It would be. That's a difficult thing to do. Is just to go out into the woods and hunker down for 3 days. I mean, at night around here now, it gets cold. I don't know what it was like in Pennsylvania when he was out, but
No, it's probably in the 50s, I imagine.
yeah.
If he were even to move at all, which was not far, he would only obviously move at night, and not during the day. During the day, he just slept underneath like a bunch of, grass and whatever, right?
Okay.
Then after that, obviously he got a little bit hungry and he got a little thirsty. He would drink stream water when he could find it.
Okay.
And what he did find to eat was he stole a watermelon from a farm.
Okay.
Now this wasn't sliced up watermelon. This is
Just a
whole
whole
watermelon.
Yeah.
So you're probably asking, well, how did he break this thing open?
Not hard to break open.
He used his head.
Did he really?
I'm assuming he just repeatedly headbutted this watermelon. I don't know why he didn't try to kick it with his heel or something.
Or there might be a rock nearby. Or,
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, I don't think he's trying to be discreet as possible. I have no idea. He's like scared, right? Any movement, anything he does, he doesn't want people to see or cause a scene. I don't know where he's at, but this is what he's telling investigators. He's broke it with his head.
Broke a watermelon open with his head. So he pounded a watermelon off his head.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
When he did have to go number 2, he was worried about them tracking down his scent. I don't know.
Like dogs?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so he would hide his fecal matter under leaves and foliage so they couldn't track him.
So he'd bury it as best he could.
Yeah, he started becoming desperate because he could feel the law enforcement presence increasing every day. I mean, as you mentioned, just more and more people. They're calling in everybody, right?
Yep.
And he said there was times when they would walk right past him.
Wow.
And they were within 7-8 yards of him. He could just feel and see them.
And he managed to elude.
Yes.
He eluded.
He was getting desperate. He thought about going to Canada.
Yeah, I'm sure he thought about it, but how do you get there from Pennsylvania? with
Yeah.
no
You go
resources.
north.
I mean, he
Thanks.
did steal a van at one point, but that van only had a quarter tank in it, so it only took him so far.
Right, because he has no money.
He actually was kind of hoping, I think, at one point to just get caught. I mean, it was getting pretty desperate for him.
Well, we talked about that yesterday. Like okay, I tried, but man, I'm hungry, I'm cold, I'm wet, I haven't had a shower. I mean, think about it. I haven't had toilet paper. He's living off just watermelon.
I'm guessing shower is the last thing on his mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you want your freedom, but
I tell you
I
what
think
would
the
get
hunger,
me.
the hunger would get you.
I don't think the hunger would get me. The any of that. It would if I was just getting eaten up by bugs.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, like that
I
would
mean,
be like,
honestly,
all right.
if you ever watch Naked and
Yes,
Afraid,
that's what I'm saying. That would get me every time. The
thing, I'm
bugs.
like, I'm out.
I'm
I'd be
out.
tapping out right away. Oh, you're in the Amazon. Here's a bunch of bullet ants. I'm out.
Any other details? Is that kind of?
Did he have an app?
He couldn't hold out till 50-cent double cheeseburger day. He just couldn't. He was trying so hard.
He knew that was the goal.
Once he found out it was only one,
then
one
he's
per
like,
customer,
well,
he's like,
yeah.
take me.
Yeah, I give up. I thought my plan curses. All right, well, there you go. 248-539-9797. We're going to pick some football games at 1:39. Back to your open line call. Stacy, you're on 97.1. Hi, Stacy.
Well, it's really hard to follow trying to get away from living on bugs and whatnot, going back to the McDonald's hamburgers.
Right.
But my story didn't have an app. This was many, many, many years ago when McDonald's did a offering of 15-cent hamburgers. So my parents said, oh, well, heck, there was no limit. We bought probably 500. And they were in the oven. We ate them for 3 or 4 days, and you kept looking. What's for dinner? Open the oven. There they are.
Yeah, more burgers.
Those things will not rot. Those things will stay just like a Twinkie. Those things will last forever. And
just reheat them.
What that did for me is, we ate it. We ate every last one of them. But needless to say, to this day, I really don't like McDonald's cheeseburgers.
It was too much, huh?
It was over the top, put me out. So I think that's pretty smart with them only allowing you one, so you want it even more. Just like how they take the Mexican pizza and take it away from you and let you have it just to tease you even more.
Don't say it. Don't stop that. Stop that. But no, they're acting like crack dealers. First taste is free. First taste is only 50 cents. All right, well, I'll go back for another one. No. Now it's $1.99. Like what? Bait and switch.
Thank you, Stacy. We go to James. You're next. Hi, James.
How you doing, guys?
All right, James.
Listen, I just called to scold you guys. I'm a semi-health nut.
Yeah.
But I'm on lunch, and because of you morons talking about McDonald's, I went and got McDonald's, and I just want to say thank you very much. I hate you.
What'd you get?
I got a crispy chicken sandwich and large fry and a Dr. Pepper. No thanks to you.
There it is.
My diet is ruined. You ruined me for life.
Oh, it's not true. It's one day. One day.
Cheat day.
And you're loving it.
You trying to mimic the commercial?
No, it just happened to be a quinking there, but it works.
Yep.
One thing I've noticed, though, the hamburgers, the burgers got a lot smaller. Inflation.
When's the last time you had one?
Probably about a year and a half.
Yeah. Sorry, James. My apologies.
I'll accept. Thank you.
248-539-9797.
I don't think he said what you think he said, but you're okay.
I've had better safe than sorry. All right, so
I'll accept.
Yeah.
Right. Lions fans, would you rather have this than that? We'll explain at 1:32. 97.1 the ticket.
You heard it in the mornings, you heard it in the middays. The bottom line is this. We are so far past even having to battle anyone defending him. There is no defense. His defense of consensual doesn't even play because he violated the morality clause in his contract.
Right.
It is so reassuring. Once I found out that MSU had done everything right by the letter of the law, I then was able to move towards where I'm at today, which I got to be honest, I don't know if people will understand this. I don't know if they will care. Rico, I don't know if you will. I just feel relieved because I am a big believer when people show you who they really are, instead of getting angry, say thank you.
I'm a big Harlan Barnett guy. I'm full disclosure here. I worked with Harlan 25 years ago. We were on the Spartan broadcast together. His NFL career had just finished up, and he knew Nick Saban pretty well and had an opportunity to be part of the broadcast team as our sideline reporter for a couple seasons. And then when Saban went on to LSU, I believe Harlan went there as a grad assistant and started his coaching career, and eventually came back to Michigan State, went to Florida State as a defensive coordinator, and came back to Michigan State when Mel Tucker came here and wanted to bring him back. I love this opportunity for him. I don't know if he's suited to be a head coach or not, but he's going to get the opportunity. The players love him. Players love him. Families love him. He's a family guy, and his faith is very important to him, and he lets that be known as well. And I think it's a very safe hire from within at this point. I mean, you got to appoint somebody as the interim head coach.
So last
Harlan
night
makes a ton of sense. I mean, I don't know if you're going to want to
Eagles
turn over one of the coordinators.
34-28.
I have no issue at all.
Debate over who we should be rooting for. Yes, the Vikings are in the division and they're defending division champions. But, if a team is good in the NFC and are just trying to be like the 1 seed, say, they might be challenged by the Eagles for that lofty position. And so you can see how either way, maybe a Detroit fan would root for Philadelphia or root for Minnesota. I'm kind of in the first things first category. Want to see him win the division. But in that game last night, former Detroit Lion DeAndre Swift had 28 carries for 175 yards and a touchdown. Averaged 6.3 yards per carry. Detroit traded DeAndre Swift to the Eagles for a 4th rounder in 2025, and they swapped spots in the 7th round this year. Because the Lions moved on from DeAndre Swift, they obviously had a hole at running back that was filled in part by a draft pick.
Filled.
The pick at number 12. But the Lions didn't have number 12. Originally, they had number 6. They moved back from 6 to 12 and acquired a 2nd round pick at 34. So you can make the case that the Lions essentially traded DeAndre Swift and a crack at Jalen Carter, a shot at Jalen Carter, for Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, who they got with the pick that they had at 34, Antoine Green, that they got with the pick in the 7th round that they got from Philadelphia, and a 2025 4th-round pick. I mean, it's kind of almost a verbatim swap as to what they did. Do you like what we have? Gibbs, Laporta, Green, and a 4th-rounder, more than you like DeAndre Swift and Jalen Carter.
Well, I like Jalen Carter.
I know you do. You always have.
Yeah, I like Jahmyr Gibbs too, and he's a line, and I can't wait to see him on display. And all in with it. But if I had to draft to do, I would have drafted Jalen Carter. But trading DeAndre Swift was a no-brainer to me. Mm-hmm. You had an opportunity to get away from the player that had been oft injured, and here he is. It's going to be. Isn't he a free agent at the end of the season?
DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, this is 4th year, right? So he's a free
contract situation.
Well, because he was a 2nd-round pick, so
yeah, I didn't know if he got an extension or anything like that. I suspect he didn't. So
he's a running back, so no,
probably not.
They don't do that. So this is what you're looking at. Get out. You don't have to worry about paying him if he has a big year. And I hope he has a good year for Philadelphia. Good for them. I like him as a player. But watching that game last night, it's interesting. Who was I rooting for? I mean, it became obvious once I had a betting interest in the game. But for the Lions standpoint, you come out of it and it's like, okay, it's taking Minnesota out of the running, and they're 0-2 now to start the season. Not good for them. It was actually a decent outcome because Philly wins, but they didn't look outstanding winning. I mean, they had a couple quick plays that got them a bigger lead, and then the lead kind of it shrunk quickly, and it was a 6-point game at the end, and you had the funky play in the end zone that cost them when they fumbled it out of the end zone. That cost them 7 points. It was a 10-point swing because then they came back and kicked the field goal. That's the play of the game when you go back to it. What is a little nervy about this is that Kirk Cousins looks really good.
Yeah.
Jordan Addison's going to be great. Jefferson's already the best receiver in football. The running game isn't outstanding, but they did that against a defensive line that was coming at them,
mm-hmm.
and they handled it. And that's a little concerning for me.
So it's obviously, look, we do this. You make early calls. I'm comfortable with what the Lions did. I think counting on DeAndre Swift having a healthy year. There are question marks about DeAndre Swift and Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter, it's about off the field stuff that got him in some hot water down at Georgia. And there was some question about how dedicated he was to football that came out prior to the draft. That could have been just draft nonsense that gets floated out there to have a player drop. Philly is hoping to get a good, healthy year out of DeAndre Swift. And if he does stay healthy, good for them. The Lions are in year one of a relatively cheap contract for the running back. It's a first-round contract, but I guess it's his first contract. And got a tight end out of the deal. How special Laporta might be, I think we're all comfortable in saying Laporta is going to be useful. But does he have a chance to be special? I would say he has a chance to be special. But then the other thing is, what's Antoine Green? Still an unknown. And what's the 4th-round pick turn into?
Yeah.
Which is still 2 drafts away. It's not a next year's draft. It's the year after that.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with what they got in return, even though it gives up Jalen Carter, and I'd really like to have Jalen Carter.
Yep.
It's interesting. 2 years in a row, the Lions had opportunities to get the defensive tackle, and they passed on them both for players like a wide receiver and skill position players, wide receiver and a running back.
The wild card in all this, of course, is like Aleem McNeil. If Aleem McNeil has taken that big jump forward, it will reduce the sense of urgency for having a bright young defensive tackle.
Yeah, if Broderick Martin shows that hey, he's a guy, Levi Onwuzurike, hey, he's healthy, and look what he can do when he's healthy. Okay, great. But in the meantime, two guys on the defensive line that you passed on look like they're on the fast track to be really good players.
One thing that's kind of low-key good out of this is the running game for Kansas City. The two running backs, 14 carries, 45 yards. They didn't really hurt Detroit.
No, it was like a 3 yards per carry thing there with Pacheco and Edwards-Helaire.
Yep.
Yeah, that didn't really hurt. But I like Seattle's got better running backs. Even though they got beat by the Rams handily, Kenneth Walker ran for over 5 yards a carry. I like Zach Charbonnet and what he can do. At least loved him in college. We'll see what he's going to be at the NFL level. But the Lions' Achilles heel, people still think it's going to be stopping the run. Well, here's an opportunity. Stop the run again.
Well, I can't predict whether or not they will stop the run. I think that it's something that without a question Pete Carroll likes to do. He does like to run the football, and so I suspect we'll see plenty of that coming up tomorrow or Sunday, I should say. So Lions try and slow down an offense that scored 99 points. 99 points the last 2 years against the Lions.
That's too many points, Doug.
It's way too many. And if you missed it earlier, if these two teams combine for 80 points, it'll be the first time in the history of the NFL that two teams have played 3 consecutive games and scored more than 80 points. So, all right, you ready to pick some games?
Am I?
All right, let's go. So, all right, so last week I had a 3-3 week. I'm now 6-0 in college, but went 0-3 in the NFL. The locks are 1-1. Gator bounced back.
Yeah, I was 4-2 last week. I'm 4-5 on the season. 1-1 with my locks.
All right, here we go. Gator, go ahead and start.
Starting the NCAA, Penn State at Illinois. The Lions are giving up 15 points. Penn State's been rolling. They can put up points in bunches. They've got a decent defense as well. Illinois is so boring. I don't know if Illinois is going to score 15 points in the game. I'll take Penn State rolling over Illinois.
Okay, I think this game has a little bit of building hubris in it. In Illinois coming home to face Penn State. I'm actually going to take the over in this one. I do think they will score. The total's 48.5. I'll take over 48.5, Illinois and Penn State.
Penn State will score 52, yeah.
That's fine with me.
Works. Kansas State at Missouri. I don't think much of the Missouri Tigers. Kansas State is an interesting team. They always play pretty well. They're actually a 4-point favorite. It's on the road, which has me a little leery, but I'm going to go with Kansas State in this one, laying the 4 points.
Western Kentucky, this line has now moved to 30, and they can score points. And they're playing at Ohio State. I think Ohio State wins and wins comfortably, but we've seen Western Kentucky. We know what their offense is capable of. I will take the Hilltoppers. Hilltoppers plus 30.
Lastly, Doug, in my college picks, Syracuse on the road. They're giving up 2.5 points at your beloved Purdue Boilermakers. Syracuse is a team that has shown the ability to score a bunch of points against really bad teams. Purdue they strike me as a less than middling team this year. I don't think they're expected to do much. Syracuse is better. Again, I'm picking a team going on the road, giving up points, which isn't always smart, but it's only 2.5 points, and I think they're the far better team. I'll take Syracuse giving up the 2.5.
My final game is my Car House lock of the week. Nebraska, in a strange scheduling anomaly, has opened on the road in back-to-back games. They debut at home at 0-2. I think they bounce back against a Northern Illinois team that lost at home to FCS opponent Southern Illinois. Northern Illinois led by seventh-year quarterback Rocky Lombardi.
Is he seriously 7 year?
Yes. I will take Nebraska to cover 11 at home against Northern Illinois. Wow. Let's go to the NFL.
All right, Doug. The Chargers are at Tennessee. Chargers are giving up 3 points. A little disappointed that they didn't show up better against Miami last week, but they did put up a bunch of points. Tennessee's not good. They're not good at all. We discussed yesterday how awful Tannehill is a quarterback. I like the Chargers -3 at Tennessee.
My first NFL pick, I picked the Chargers to win the Super Bowl. They lost the opener. A wise man once said, Y'all better win a game. I'll take the Chargers to cover the 3 along with you.
Doug, the Lions are at home against Seattle. We know how loud it's going to be. We know it's going to be a fantastic atmosphere. I cannot wait. The Lions are going to show the home crowd just exactly what Lions football is going to be about this year. They're going to mop the floor with the Seabags. This one's going to be a 41-24 victory for the Lions. I'll give up the 5 points all day long. It is my shoot the boot lock of the week.
Wow, locking up a home team. Check you out. Cincinnati takes on Baltimore. Dreadful performance in week 1 for Cincinnati.
Dreadful.
They're not that bad. They are laying 3 at home to Baltimore. I'll take Cincy to win and to cover.
Up, down. Lastly, the Giants are in Arizona. This one I find hilarious because what do you do with up, down on this one? Both of these teams are just not good. The Giants, look, they do have the better team right now. They've, as bad as Danny Dimes was, he's better than whatever the hell Arizona's throwing out there. It doesn't matter. I'm not looking at the spread in this game. What I'm looking at is the point total. It's at 39.5. I think we're going to see some scoring in this game. It's not a ton of scoring. All you need to see is like 24-21 and you get the over. It's 39.5. I like the over.
Big number here for a decent football team that just lost a player. You perhaps heard their quarterback. The Jets are getting 9, taking on Dallas. I'll take the Jets +9 against Dallas.
That defense, huh?
Yep. Every week you love a pick and hate on a pick. Which one do you love?
Doug, both my picks are involve the over-under number. First, I love your pick of I'm sorry. No, I take that back. The first pick I love is Western Kentucky +30. It was just such a big number. When I wrote it down, I figured, is this over-under? No. It's Western Kentucky +30 against Ohio State. I'll take that.
Yep.
Gator, that's the Giants-Arizona over-under you have. I like the under. 2 bad offenses mean 2 low-scoring teams, which means the under.
That is Kang's endorsement.
So easy to get to 40 points in the NFL, though.
Not for these two.
Probably not, but I got it.
All right, well, get ready for the NFL season with incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed. Plus, all customers bet $5 and get $150 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. So join up with FanDuel by going to FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Kick off the NFL season with these great offers. You won't want to miss out. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends the 18th. No refunds, terms, and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket. Not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscriptions renew. Cancel
Being Harlan
anytime.
back, I'm very happy for him.
on that punt return, there was a blatant leg trip right in front of the referee, right in front of the
ball carrier.
in front of Gibson.
Yeah.
And they blew it. They missed it. That should now look. They would have only been. Chances are they would have ended up either scoring or kicking a field goal anyway because they were. It took place about the 20-yard line approximately. If I'm not,
somewhere in there. So
Yes.
maybe they got to get one first down,
Yes.
or maybe they don't even need a first down. Who knows?
Mhm.
But yeah, they would have been forced to go through the process.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me that it was missed because of the proximity to where the ball was.
Yes. And also on that play, former Lion punter Sam Martin. Very, very lame effort to try to make the tackle. I mean, your buddy Hank Winchester has to be very disappointed in you, Sam. That was really, really lame.
Yeah, it was. You could hear him go, eh. Two-hand touch does not count as being down. So the thing.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The Gator Rant coming up in a few minutes. So, recording a promo for the next day's show, and Kang happened to be rolling tape when we Gator went on a bit of a rant. We play it every Friday. Hope inspire you to become strategies to get more time in front of the television over the weekend. First, I'm kind of blown away, Gator.
How so?
Typically, we don't, both you and I will avoid the local teams in our picks. You have gone all in with the Lions this week.
Not scared.
No, you're not. I mean, all in. That's your shoot the boot lock of the week? Kang, what do you make of this?
It is.
You know how I feel about betting 4 against the home teams, man.
Yeah.
Let alone making it my shoot, car, boot lock, $13 big bet of the week.
Accidental $13.
Accidental $13 big bet of the week.
Look at this guy.
I mean, you expect an ass kicking.
I do.
For Seattle.
I do. They're pissed. This team's pissed. Dan Campbell knows how to motivate this football team. He doesn't have to do much to get them motivated. They are motivated. They are pissed. Kept this team out of the playoffs.
Hey, we did it last week when they played Kansas City. You guys want to predict? All right, let me ask you a question. Will there be a trick play this week for Seattle?
Will the Lions have a trick play?
Yes.
Yes.
Gator?
Yes.
I'm going to say no because they'll be up too big.
I think it'll be like a wide receiver pass.
Okay. Oh, like an offensive trick play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, as opposed to
a special team.
Special teams, yeah.
Doug, do you want to get a little more specific?
Yeah, I probably should, huh? Otherwise, I'm just speaking out of my hindquarters. I'll go halfback pass.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gibbs, Montgomery?
I think we're going to have Jahmyr Gibbs throw a pass to Penei Sewell.
Come on. At left tackle.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Actually, I'll stick with it. I'll go back. Penei Sewell catches a pass this week.
Yeah, just keep
2
saying
weeks, and I'll keep saying it until it happens.
Yes, I think you should keep saying it.
I think I will.
I don't think they have one. All right, next one is any defensive, prediction, like score, play, interception, fumble. Do you guys want to predict?
Jahmyr Gibbs is going to have at least one touchdown.
That's
offensive.
Oh, sorry. You wanted something defensively?
Yeah.
I think the Lions will have at least 4 quarterback sacks.
I'm going to go with something that's kind of vague, but in reality, I think every week we're going to say, did you see that play Jack Campbell made? And it's very difficult to make any plays with me firmly attached to his leg.
Well, you're always going to say that. Did you see the way he ran onto the field on third down?
See the way he backpedaled? Oh, love me some Jack Campbell.
So. Linebackers coach Kelvin Shepard said today they have 4 starting linebackers, so I think we're going to continue to see a rotation there.
Yeah, well, and it's great. I mean, it helps you as you get into the latter portion of the year, keep guys fresh, throw different looks,
I got a strip sack by Aiden Hutchinson.
I like it.
I think that they're going to tear up the Seattle Seahawks backup tackles.
I mean, the reality is one of the most coveted things you have in the game is the ability to rush the passer and to protect the quarterback. Decker right now is questionable or less than questionable, which makes him doubtful. But I still like Detroit moving Sewell over to that left tackle spot.
And then doing whatever they're going to do on the right side.
Bumping Vaitai out to right tackle and playing Glasgow. I think they're going to be able to protect the quarterback against a team that had no pass rush last week. None. And allowed Stafford to just shred them. And Goff can do that when given time. Additionally, with their tackles out, I think Detroit lives in the backfield. So I like the matchup, Gator. Saucy pick. But I'll be on the air tomorrow. We have pregame coverage at 6:30.
How much backup material you got for that?
I got a
trash
ton,
can,
man. I got a ton. It's one of the kind of fun things about the job.
Zero smart. No, I'm being serious. Yeah. I feel for you.
No, I'm good.
Because it's really hard to have 3 of these in a row.
Okay.
You run out of folksy stories to tell.
Oh, I got plenty.
Oh, Christ.
How about, did you hear the fact I had earlier?
What?
Penix starts at Michigan State for Washington.
Right.
Where did he used to play?
Indiana.
Connor Bazelak is starting tomorrow for Bowling Green. Where did he used to start?
Mizzou?
Yeah, and then he transferred to Indiana.
Okay.
And Michigan on their backup quarterback, the first one off the bench last week, was Jack Tuttle from
Okay, you got me.
Indiana.
Oh.
There are 3 transfer quarterbacks going to be in our state.
And only one of them's good.
Bazelak?
One of them, Bazelak, yeah.
I remember him at Missouri. I'm a loser.
I remember him at
Well, he's thrown for like a ton of yards at the collegiate level. He was good at Missouri.
Yes. And then, I don't know, something he morphed
Tuttle
into.
took his job, didn't he?
What's that?
He took Bazelak's job.
Who, Tuttle? Yeah, Tuttle came in. He threw 52 passes, that 20-15 win State had over Indiana down there a few years ago. But anyway, long story short, rare occurrence, probably just a coincidence. I don't think it was planned.
Can I ask Doug?
Oh, and Penix.
Penix,
Okay,
yes,
now I
that's
got
the point.
third.
3 transfer. This is the Indiana starting quarterbacks the last 4 years are all in our state.
All right, here, I don't care. Let's do Indiana football trivia. Can you name the quarterback that took Antoine Randall's job because Cam Cameron's a moron?
What a great question.
That is a great question.
Yeah.
Like right around 1999.
Because I'm only good with Purdue quarterbacks.
Here's a hint.
Yep.
Body double, Buzz Lightyear.
Tall guy.
Babe Laufenberg.
No. Tommy Harris.
Oh, I would know.
Tommie
Yeah.
Harris.
Wow.
Just some goofball, dairy farm raised loser.
It's like the only Indiana quarterback that won't be in our state this weekend that's been at Indiana the last 4 years is Peyton Ramsey. Remember Peyton Ramsey?
I loved him.
Yep.
Yeah.
I loved him. Another guy who killed State.
All right,
Anybody else who's killed State? 248.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Let's say, actually, with Randall L.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Yeah.
So that's 4. So go ahead.
No, I don't care.
Randall L
Just
will
keep
be
it
here.
going.
Yeah, Randall L's here. That's right.
We are test driving the ski mob.
Okay.
I want to create the fan section. We should lean into the ski mask.
All right.
But also, we think the Lions are about to turn a corner, right? We think they're winners now.
Yeah.
You got a ditch fight song.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's for losers.
Okay.
All that fight song represents is losing.
Okay.
Ditch it.
All right.
I want to see if people are with me on this.
We had somebody sing a new fight song at the beginning of the show. Maybe you can get out of the
Take a
archives
hard
and play
pass
it.
on that, too. Fight songs are for Saturdays. Winners are for Sundays.
All
There
right.
you go. Oh, there it is.
We got big weekend of football ahead. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect.
I will tell you, this is no way to watch a football game. This ski mask is not staying on for more than another minute. First of all, I'd like to tell you, these ski masks are not manufactured for Italian people. I have nowhere to put my nose.
Brothers either.
There's Rico, you cannot watch a game this way.
It'll be really quiet in the fourth quarter.
And
Everybody's
for you to tell
out.
me that TJ, who's got a head the size of an air fryer, is going to wear one of these, there's no way.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
Yeah.
I think what I came up with yesterday, third down, masks down.
Right.
Now you have something.
Right.
Yeah, I can't.
I can do the game like
can't.
this.
I can't.
Right.
I can't.
And then in third down.
My nose is stuck. Jesus. I can't do this. Turn my mic on.
All right. And then third down.
I can't.
Mask down.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
now
then,
there's the punt, and the mask is up.
Right.
Kenny, you got it. You got to try it. You got to try. You got to. I don't think you can. You can't wear this.
That was one of the worst sell jobs for me trying that. You just bodied this mask. Yeah, you should try it though.
Well,
David's about to pull one on.
I'm just making a point. Listen, we're excited. We got a big Friday show, but we started wearing the masks here. There's no David. You will not. You got no shot. 4 minutes tops.
Can you make it to the first break?
No. Your core temperature rises by the minute.
It ain't made for brothers.
I can't do this.
Would you give a sermon in that ski mask?
I can't get through the first line of the sermon.
Bruh, especially if you got one of them old Jackson 5 noses, it ain't happening.
Oh, my. Kenny, throw one on. Throw one on for the people. Let's take it.
The pre-83 Jackson.
Right. You sucking up all the air in the building.
But I do have a serious topic to bring up. And it's an important one. First of all, the Vikings blow. And I told you that. But
shot themselves in the foot.
That's who they are.
Jefferson, though, that's what shocked me. Like fumbling out of the back, which is a dumb rule.
We have an important thing to do. Well, see, if you want to do dumb rules, the dumber one is the one they allow these quarterbacks sneak in the push pile. It's ridiculous. You can't stop it.
But you fumble any place else, the ball goes back to the spot. Oh, you fumble out of the end zone, you lose possession. You're a loser. Walk of shame.
I want to offer you an idea. And we'll get back to the ski mob conversation. I still don't think you're going to see a great number of these because they're impossible to find. But I wanted to bring up something else. Do we view the Lions as turning a corner? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Do the Lions have a past that is that of a loser?
Yes.
Do we think they have a future that looks like it's going to be the future of a winner?
Yes. I feel like I'm on trial here. Yes.
Then I'm going to tell you something that has to happen, and I need to hear from the people on this. I'm going to tell you right here, right now, what needs to happen. They got to kill that fight song.
I thought you were going to say take the WCF
It
off your
has
jersey.
to be the end of Forward Down the Field. That is a song associated with losing, tripping over your ding-ding, and making humans miserable. The song is horrific. It's a terrible song by any measure. It's even worse because this team is trying to shake its past. Mm-hmm. So here's my point. Kenny now has a mask on, and I'm mortified. It's like the Purge. Oh, my God. Kenny, your beard doesn't even fit in it.
I know. I don't know if I can make the rest of the segment in this. It's very hot. I think I'm going to pass out.
Good luck.
So here's my point to you. We have a game where tickets are going $400, $500, $600 a pop. It's going to be sold out. You are one of the stories in the league. Isn't the best way to get rid of your past you stop acknowledging it and just move forward in life? What Lion fan actually likes that stupid song?
Here's the thing, Mike.
Yes, tell me.
I think you have to keep it because it's such a part of your legacy. I know. Kenny's about to pass out. Because it's such a part of your Lions legacy.
Yes.
You can't abandon it now.
Why?
Because it's like you should have changed the colors, but you didn't. Like you could have changed the logo, but you didn't. You could have done you could have took WCF off the jerseys, but you didn't.
Well, that should still happen.
Right. You've done a lot of things. You could have changed it. You got to keep the fight song because you've listened to the fight song through the misery. Now, when you hear it, it means you're probably winning. You're probably going to win a game. So, yes, all those years and decades of listening to it over and over again, knowing we have no chance. Now, when you hear it, the crowd will sing with you because you're there.
I want to hear from the people.
It's like the Cubs, the whole
Go Cubs go.
And the seventh inning stretch where you can bring the celebrity in there. When they were losing, they did that.
Hey, Chicago, what do you say?
And then when they started winning,
today?
they still did that.
People, if you'd like to have Kenny Cott screen your call in a ski mask, he is available to you right now.
What do you want?
I'm pretty sure he can't speak. His head is crammed so tightly in there. Oh, my. People, we need to get rid of the fight song. And everything else Rico said is true as well. I would like to see the logo changed. And Lord knows.
Colors.
Yeah, sure. I think all of it should change. WCF never should have been on the jersey.
I mean, I understand when you first put it on when he passed away. It was his team. It was a great honor. It's been a long time.
I want the fight song gone. I think this team's good.
New fight song?
Nope. NFL teams shouldn't have fight songs. Be an adult. Turn the page on this deal. Put the fight song to bed. My question is, who even likes it?
Baby steps, man.
What Lion fan really likes that garbage?
When they score,
what Lion
everybody
fan
in
likes
the building. Everybody in it. When they score,
I don't know.
Everybody in the building.
I don't know a single Lion fan in my life that likes that crap.
Mike, when they score, fans get into that song because it means you're winning. You just scored a touchdown.
It evokes terrible memories of being down 40 and them still insisting on playing it when they score.
Now, my caveat would be maybe this. Would this help?
What?
You only sing it while the Lions are winning.
There are ways around this. Okay, you're at least attempting to meet me in the middle on this. I want to hear from you, the people. You're going to pack that stadium this weekend. It's an exciting, we're hyped as hell for this.
Yeah, you're down 42-7. No, you just scored another touchdown.
Why can't they just play it after the game's over and they've won? Think of it as the alma mater, if you will. But I that song has to go.
Shadows.
Right. Ivy-covered losses. It's a new day. Let's turn the page. I want to hear from Kenny on this. Kenny, if I may, before you finish screening calls, do you actually like this fight song? You could just nod if you can't speak.
No, I'm good. Kind of. The fight song, I could really go either way with it.
Look at him. I can't.
It doesn't change my life at existing. Even when I'm at the game, I don't really notice it. I can't hear you because headphones won't stay on my ears barely. So
I'm having delay.
My stupid headphones. Like when Roberto choked on his own tongue.
Is that what it is? Is that what it sounds like?
My stupid headphones.
I'm going to pass out, I swear.
How warm are you getting?
Oh, it's toasty. It's toasty.
Now imagine.
No.
It's you and 65,000 of your closest buddies.
See, I was at the Washington game last year, and it was hot. Like the atmosphere in that arena was hot. It was just steaming. So in this, you'd pass out. Nobody's making it to the fourth quarter wearing this
Rico
for
said
4 quarters.
Why is the crowd so quiet? They're dead.
Yeah, that's correct.
It's so quiet. They passed out.
248-539-9797. Let's have this conversation. And don't take it as an insult. It's not. It's a sign of respect. I think enough of you, we need to have this convo. You're not a loser anymore. Stop acting like one. You're not the old Lions. Stop doing old Lion things. Get rid of it. You're not required to be who you were 5 minutes ago. Get rid of it.
The fight song's with you through the bad years. It can be here through the good. You suffered through it,
That's
Mike.
like saying doing crack was with you in the bad times, so you're still going to do it during the good.
Hey, man.
What?
It's all right for Bobby and Whitney. Look.
It is not. She died in a bathtub, for Christ's sakes.
Bobby's still with us.
The point I'm making is crack is good for no one. The Lions fight song is good for no one.
No, but if you were going to change a lot of things, you should have, but you didn't. So
and we
now,
can start now.
The only thing they changed was they finally got real cheerleaders. I was happy about that.
I'll say this. Next year's the year they're supposed to have a whole new rebrand, right? New jerseys, maybe new colors. We'll see. Maybe get rid of it or a new song.
There he is.
I don't know.
There he is.
I like it.
See, I don't think you can do a new song because then it sounds forced.
There is no new song. We're getting rid of it.
No song. Oh.
No song.
I would say this. Only when you're winning or, like you say, at the end of the game. Because it's a part of their tradition. So I get that. I understand that. It's like, the Raiders and the dog pound in Cleveland. Like, this is a part of Lions lore.
My two changes are third down, masks down, and we get C.J. Gardner-Johnson up on the big board. And the team fully co-brands ski masks. And you get rid of this loser-ass song. It's horrible. Get rid of it.
3, but okay.
What?
You said you had 2 changes.
That's 2.
I think he said 3 of them, though.
I did?
You did.
What'd I say?
You said mask down, C.J.
Give you a
Gardner-Johnson.
couple, 2, 3 changes.
Yeah, 2 youths. Hold on. The mask down, third down on the video board is the same thing. That doesn't count as 2. That's a free square.
He said mask down the song, and then he said something else.
Right.
No.
Whatever. It
was just
Listen,
funny.
I have not had the requisite amount of coffee I need to do this show, and I'd like to apologize to Metro Detroit. This is going to be a big show today. TJ's coming in. I have a hillbilly test for him. We're going to find out if he really is a redneck or not. We are going to do...
He's sitting next to you.
That's fine. I also don't believe he can squeeze that toaster head of his into one of these.
Ooh. Right, if Kenny's struggling with the beard. Wow.
Plus, TJ comes in
This will
sweating.
turn into a bandana.
Lions will need a new sideline guy.
TJ just had to wrap it around his head.
Hey, TJ? TJ, you there?
Hey, let's go down to Teej on the sidelines.
Looks like he's riding a motorcycle. I couldn't get it all the way over.
97-1.
Wow.
We love you, TJ.